Intra-COMESA trade is still low. It currently stands at 14%. Regrettably, we are trading more with non-COMESA countries than we are within ourselves. It is imperative for us to leverage opportunities to develop regional value chains in both manufacturing and in agro-processing. Additionally, there is a high concentration of similar product lines across COMESA region, predominantly at the finished state level. Herein lies the opportunities to create diversity through backward and forward integration that enables us not only to trade in raw and finished materials, but also in intermediary products. We also have an opportunity to tap into the emerging industries, including renewable energy technology, circular economy, and digital manufacturing. Fortunately, COMESA has been a seamless trading bloc for Kenyan manufacturers with minimal market access challenges. Nevertheless, we still face some bottlenecks which hamper the growth of intra-COMESA trade, which can be resolved by taking deliberate measures to reduce the cost of doing business while enhancing the ease of doing business. A resolution of persistent trade barriers. Even though COMESA has a small number of non-trade barriers, the existing ones, such as those touching on edible oils and dairy, have taken over 10 years to resolve. Colleagues, and I think this is an important emerging issue, we are increasingly seeing new barriers to trade through introduction of domestic taxes and levies, particularly excise duties on intermediary and raw materials. In some cases, these taxes are even being applied to imports from within our own COMESA region. While such measures may be driven by well-intentioned local policy objectives, they distort regional markets, go against the spirit of the free trade area, they disrupt supply chains, raise production costs, and discourage cross-border trade and investment. Ultimately, they weaken the very integration we have all worked so hard to achieve. If left unchecked, these protectionist actions could invite retaliation and undo years of progress. And if carried forward into new frameworks, such as the tripartite TFTA and the AFCFTA, they will stall progress and prevent these agreements from achieving their goals of a truly unified African market. I urge all member states to align their domestic tax policies with our regional commitments and to exclude such measures from future trade frameworks. Let us preserve the integrity of COMESA and ensure our free trade areas remain truly free. The average double-digit interest rates in the region are also too high to support the manufacturing sector, which is capital intensive. Most manufacturers' projects are long-term investments requiring affordable and patient capital. Not all all member states are members of COMESA. As Africa moves towards the implementation of AFCFTA, it would be strategic to ensure that COMESA countries take advantage of the already existing markets within themselves. This calls for COMESA to rally all her members to liberalize their markets under COMESA free trade area. As I conclude, COMESA presents an immense opportunity for Kenya's manufacturing sector, not just as a market, but as a partner in building a more integrated, self-sustaining regional economy. As the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, we recognize that stronger regional value chain, harmonized standards, and improved trade facilitation are not just aspirations, but necessities. To fully harness the potential of COMESA, we must all collaborate, governments, private sector, and development partners alike, to remove barriers, align policies, and unlock investments that drive industrial growth. Let us move forward with a shared commitment to building a competitive and resilient manufacturing sector powered by regional cooperation and innovation. COMESA is our platform for progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hitesh Medirata, that is the Vice Chairperson at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And of course, for intra-COMESA trade to be enhanced, the manufacturing sector must be supported. I am sure in all the positions that you sit in, there is something that you can do to remove a trade barrier and enhance trade. So I would like us to say, removing barriers, enhancing trade. Let's say that together. Removing barriers, enhancing trade. Again, removing barriers, enhancing trade. Thank you very much. I hope you remember that after the summit as you go back to your offices. That is the goal. I would now like to take this opportunity to welcome Mr. James Chimwaza, who is the president of the COMESA Business Council, to address this forum. Let's give him a round of applause and welcome to the stage.
Your Excellency, Professor Kithure Kindiki, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya and Chief Guest, Your Excellency Dr. Hassan Kibeya, Chairperson of COMESA Council of Ministers, Burundi, Your Honor Lee Kinyajui, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry, Kenya, Honorable Ministers, Cabinet Secretaries from COMESA member states, Your Excellency, Madam Chileshe Mpundu Kapwepwe, COMESA Secretary General, I'll skip myself, Dean of Ambassadors, Permanent Secretaries and Principal Secretaries, representatives of government institutions, heads of institutions, heads of COMESA institutions, representatives of our cooperating partners, the European Union, the Federation of German Industries, BDI, AGRA, Chairperson of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, CEOs of business associations and captains of the industry, members of the diplomatic corps here present, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to add all protocols observed because everybody here looks distinguished and deserving of recognition. Good morning. Good morning to you all. Thank you. At least we are engaging. Your Excellencies, distinguished head of state, honorable ministers, and esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of COMESA Business Council, it is my privilege to welcome you to the 18th COMESA Business Forum and Exhibition. We gather in Nairobi at the heart of COMESA Digital Innovation Hub to advance a transformative agenda that will reshape how we produce, trade, and synergize in an increasingly interconnected world. I kind of skipped the word compete to synergize because the demands out there are greater than what we can produce, so we will not be competing, we'll be synergizing to meet the demand that is beyond Africa, to the north, to the west, and to the east. So we should be synergizing to grow, starting from within Africa. Please allow me to extend our deepest gratitude to His Excellency, Professor Kithure Kindiki, Deputy President of Kenya, and Honorable Lee Kinyajui, the government of Kenya, for hosting this landmark forum. Kenya's leadership in digital innovation, from the mobile money revolution to e-government services, makes it the ideal venue for our dialogue on leveraging digitalization to deepen regional value chains. Also, allow me to appreciate our COMESA Secretary General, Her Excellency Chileshe Mpundu Kapwepwe, and the COMESA institutions for their continued partnership and collaboration towards private sector development. I further acknowledge the dedicated CBC staff for the work they have put into organizing this forum. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, since our establishment, the COMESA Business Council has served as an institutional voice of the private sector with our common market. Over 16 years of operations, we have fulfilled Article 18 of the COMESA Treaty, creating a vital forum where policy meets practice and regional aspirations are tested against business imperatives. This annual business forum has evolved into the premier platform for public-private dialogue in the COMESA region and beyond. Today, we bring together over 1,000 participants representing the full spectrum of our regional economy, from multinational corporations to micro enterprises, from traditional sectors to digital pioneers. I wish here to thank our partners and sponsors for making this possible. We will continue to rely on your support to fulfill our mandate. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, reflecting on the 17th COMESA Business Forum held in Bujumbura, we must acknowledge both achievements as well as shortcomings. This honesty or openness is the foundation of effective action. This past year has witnessed significant progress in digital trade facilitation. The launch of the electronic certificate of origin system in Eswatini, Malawi, and Zambia represents a breakthrough. This system enables businesses to obtain certificates in hours rather than days or weeks, directly enhancing competitiveness. Financial innovation. Through CBC's partnership with High People Foundation, we hosted the Women in FinTech Hackathon and 40-day FinTech initiative across Zambia and Malawi. Over 150 women-led teams participated, showcasing innovations, redefining financial inclusion, and democratizing access to capital. Capacity building. With EU technical assistance facility and World Customs Organization support, we delivered an AFCFTA and rules of origin training across all 8 Francophone member states, reaching over 300 officials and business leaders. Our training of trainers program ensures sustainable capacity building. Sector progress. Sectoral progress. Our tourism, travel, and retail duty-free work group actively enhanced regional collaboration and service quality. Our manufacturer work groups continues advocating for reduced non-tariff barriers and improved industrial competitiveness. Our newly created innovation and technology work groups is exploring new technological breakthroughs that can reduce trading costs in the COMESA region, facilitate trade, increase connectivity, and address some of the challenges that the region faces and has faced for many years past. However, we must confront reality that 3.6% decline in intra-COMESA trade in 2024 from 14.2 billion to 13.7 billion represents lost opportunities. Behind these statistics are real entrepreneurial struggling to access finance, farmers and manufacturers unable to compete due to infrastructure constraints, interest rates ranging the gap between billions available in regional banks and millions actual reaching SMEs remain unbridged. We lose an estimated 20 to 30% of agricultural output to post-harvest losses, largely to border delays, inadequate refrigeration chain infrastructure. Structures carrying perishables can spend 3 to 7 days at border points, reducing competitiveness, while urban centers enjoy advanced connectivity. Vast rural areas where most agricultural production occurs lacks basic internet access and digital connectivity. Can I have some water? Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's theme calls us to leverage digitalization to deepen regional value chain. From business perspective, digital transformation delivers tangible, measurable benefits. Cost reduction, digital trade documentation reduces processing costs by 30 to 50%. E-payment systems eliminate cash transactions costs and risks. Supply chain visibility platforms reduce inventory carrying costs by 15 to 20%. Market access. E-commerce platforms enable small producers to reach distant customers. Digital marketing allows manufacturers to compete internationally without prohibiting physical presence costs. Efficiency gains. Internet of Things sensors in agricultural increases yields by 10 to 30% while reducing water usage by 20 to 40%. Digital logistics platforms reduce delivery times by 25% and fuel consumption by 15%. Financial inclusion. Mobile money and digital lending have brought financial services to over 150 million previously unbanked Africans, enabling lenders to assess risk for borrowers without traditional credit history. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, agriculture employs 70% of population and contributes 40% to regional GDP. Yet, we import food we could produce ourselves. Digital agriculture offers solutions. Precision agriculture. Satellite imagery and drone technology enables farmers to monitor crop health and optimize resource use. Companies like Apollo Agriculture in Kenya demonstrates how mobile platforms provide smallholder farmers with tailored financing, insurance, and agronomic advice. Market intelligence. Digital platforms provide real-time demand and price information, enabling information selling decisions and reducing information symmetry. Supply chain traceability. Blockchain enables end-to-end traceability, accessing premium markets demanding verifiable sustainability credentials. Digital trade solutions, including electronic certificates, digital payment systems, and single window platforms can reduce transaction times by 50% and cost by up to 30%, while enabling MSMEs to conduct cross-border trade as seamlessly as domestic transactions. Complementing these systems, digital logistics tools such as real-time cargo tracking, coordinated digital corridors, and e-freight platform can cut transit times by 30 to 40% and optimize vehicle utilization, reducing the estimated 40% of empty truck movement across the region. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, over the next 2 years, we will engage in a substantive discussion across key sessions, boosting agriculture productivity through smart agriculture, breaking barriers through trade and investment digitalization, and enhancing trade through digital transformation of logistics and transport. These deliberations will form the COMESA Business Forum Declaration for presentation to the 24th Summit of Heads of State and Government on October the 9th. Past declarations have driven policy reforms and infrastructure investments. This year must be even more ambitious and actionable. But declarations without implementation are hollow. True success will be measured in business gaining market access, farmers' increased incomes, youth finding meaningful employment, and entrepreneurs building successful entrepreneurs. In closing, distinguished delegates, the future of COMESA will be built through genuine partnership, where public policy creates enabling environments, private enterprise drives innovation, development partners provide catalytic support, and civil society ensures inclusive outcomes with the corporate and not individual mindset set right. We must think corporate, and not me, myself, and I. Then we will grow. As a result, business leaders embrace digital transformation as key opportunity, invest in digital capabilities, partners with startups, mentor young entrepreneurs. Government representatives create enabling environment for digital business, streamlining regulatory regressions to impending innovation, investing in digital infrastructure, and honor visa facilitation commitments. Development partners support initiatives delivering measurable impact, prioritizing sustainable capacity building, support scaling of proven innovations. Technology and innovators develop solutions addressing real business challenges in the context of appropriate for infrastructure. This forum, the forum's theme, leveraging digitalization to deepen regional value chains for sustainable and inclusive growth, is not aspirational rhetoric. It is a roadmap for transformation and innovation to bold action and commitment to leave no one behind. Let us use these 2 days to build partnerships, challenge assumptions, and commit to concrete actions. When we gather next year, we must point to measurable progress on every commitment made here. Together, let us build a COMESA that is digitally connected, economically vibrant, and socially inclusive. Together, let us transform declarations into results, aspirations into achievements. I wish you productive deliberations, fruitful networking, and impactful outcome. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us put another round of applause to the President of COMESA Business Council, James Chimwanza. I'm being reminded that we employ the KEYS principle when we are making our speeches, and KEYS stands for keep it short and sweet. That is the KEYS principle, because the chief guest is expected to leave for another official engagement at some point. When the architects of COMESA ratified the agreement back in 1994, the idea was to integrate the community into a major economic as well as socio-political movement. And today, when you look at COMESA, which is made up of 21 countries, with a population of more than 600 people, if it was to be a country, it would be the third biggest country in terms of population in the world. In terms of economic, COMESA would be the 14th largest economy in the world. And so there is force in numbers. I also want to remind you that we are live on Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, chief guest, allow me to welcome Mr. Admasu Tedese, President of the Trade Development Bank. Welcome, sir, on stage. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Tedese.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies, Your Excellency, Professor Kithure Kindiki, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency Chileshi Kapwepwe, Secretary General of COMESA, Dr. Hassan Kibeya, Chairperson of the COMESA Council of Ministers, and on that note, allow me, Excellencies, to align myself with the excellent salutations given by the previous speaker, Mr. James Chimwanza, all protocols observed. I will try to keep it very sweet and simple, as I have been advised, but just to give you a few words about who TDB Group is, you have specific reason to feel ownership and pride in this particular COMESA institution that we are. TDB Group is actually a financial institution that was formed by the Treaty of COMESA, actually PTA prior to COMESA's forming itself, and we are celebrating 40 years this year. And the reason I'm saying you should be proud, Excellencies, is in these 40 years, this financial institution of yours has achieved something significant. They say numbers speak the truth. In these 40 years, we have disbursed and issued guarantees in the amount of $58 billion since our inception. This $58 billion track record began from very humble beginnings when COMESA, 40 years ago, in the form of PTA, pulled together a number of member states as the founding members of our financial institution. They gathered $10 million and believed in the possibility of COMESA having a specialized financial institution that can begin responding to all the imperatives and the gaps in financing we've heard from the previous speakers. Today, we have a balance sheet of $10 billion. Of that $10 billion, $2 billion is our own equity from different African shareholders and friends of Africa. The other $8 billion on our balance sheet of $10 billion is leveraged capital from friends of TDB, friends of COMESA, friends of Africa, both within Africa, the Gulf region, Asia, Europe, the world at large. So when we talk about partnerships in COMESA, I wanted you to know that we live it, we practice it, we are bringing the fruits of partnership to the region, and we have brought to bear facilities that have really made an important difference in the landscape of our region. Here in Kenya alone, just in one member state, we have a track record of $1.8 billion of financing to many different sectors: the trade sector, agribusiness, healthcare, hospitals, very long list, but also very much the private sector. And for those who don't know how we work as TDB, we work very closely with the financial institutions in our member states. So here in Kenya, we count at least 5 banks here as partners who we co-finance and sometimes finance through them. The KCBs of this world, Equity Bank, and there's several others. The same applies to another 25 African member states who are the membership of TDB Group. The reason I'm pointing all of this out is partnership is the magic that makes us effective. In the different member states, we do that not just with banks, but we do it with pension funds. We've managed to take very seriously this idea of unleashing African capital, multiplying African capital, making African capital work much better than it ever has. We've heard our leadership, heads of state, number of countries. Indeed, here, His Excellency President Ruto has often talked about the global financial architecture, the challenges of financing, and we know that we're in an age where African countries, African enterprises need to rely more and more on African banks, African financial institutions. We are one of them. We take our mission very seriously. We're very proud that COMESA had the foresight, the vision, 40 years ago when we were established, not having any idea that we would mushroom into what we have today, where we are now an effective strategic partner of major global financial institutions who see us as credible intermediaries to bring large-scale financing to the region. Just to give you a sense of what large-scale financing means, Turkana Wind Power Project, the Menengai Geothermal Power Project here, the Standard Gauge Railway Project of Tanzania, multi-billion-dollar project. In Mozambique, the offshore LNG projects. So many hospitals across countries. We have been part and parcel of many transformational projects over the years. And this is really the story of COMESA as much as it is TDB. And we thought we would take the occasion at this opening session of the Business Forum to tell the private sector here that we are open, ready, willing, and able to support you in your growth plans. Of course, we are a merit-based financial institution, so there's no guarantees. You have to be good for the credit. We are a rated institution, so of course we work on very professional terms. But just to let you know that there's a lot of capacity. We now have facilities that are dedicated to supporting projects even in the public-private partnership space. Some of you will know there's a very exciting initiative called Mission 300, where Chileshi, myself, and others are joining forces with the World Bank Group and the AFDB to electrify 300 million Africans in this part of Eastern and Southern Africa. A large gap is here in terms of financing, and we have close to $1 billion of credit facilities, long-term, quite affordable in the current context of interest rates in the world, but still affordable, and quite patient money that can go as far as 15 to 20 years. So we are very capable, we've got a lot of capacity, and just to let you know that your financial institution has matured to the point where we now have credit ratings across a number of important African jurisdictions, but also in money centers across the world. Historically, it was always London. Now we've built on our success stories in Europe to go to Asia. And this year, on our 40th anniversary, we got our first ever credit ratings in Japan and in China. In Japan, we got an A- rating. In China, we got a AAA rating. Here in Kenya, we have a AAA rating. In the Republic of Mauritius, which is the headquarters of the group, we also have a AAA rating. So all of this is to tell you that intermediation is based on ratings and quality, and you can be proud of your financial institution that has come a long way. But I would love for all of you to take one message back home, apart from the private sector that's here. The sovereigns who own this institution are the owners, and they have to treat it with the pride and the respect that it deserves. And so on that note, please do tell all of the stakeholders in your country that this is an institution worth protecting, because we provide a lot of support to the economies of COMESA. And on that note, I thank you all very much for your attention. I hope it was short and sweet enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Of course, trade is the movement of goods and people, and the financing sector cannot be ignored in the role they play to ensure that infrastructure is enhanced, countries are connected, people can move, goods can move. Yesterday, during the COMESA EU Horticulture Connect, there is someone who said it is cheaper and easier to move produce from the COMESA region, any country, pick any country, to the EU region, as opposed to moving it from, say, Kenya to Tanzania or DRC. So connectivity is very important. Thank you very much for your thoughts there. Now we move on to the next guest, and I would like to now invite the COMESA Secretary General, who is Chileshe Mpunda Kapwepwe. Karibu sana, and let's give her a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Your Excellency, Professor Kithure Kindiki, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, and our chief guest, Excellency Dr. Hassan Kibeya, Chairperson of COMESA Council of Ministers from Burundi, Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry of Kenya, Honorable Ministers present, Mr. James Chamwaza, President of CBC, the Dean of Ambassadors and members of the Diplomatic Corps, kindly allow me to ride on established protocols. Good morning. Before I start my speech, I always tell the President of TDB that every time he stands up to talk about the bank and its achievements, I always feel like a very proud parent at a graduation. It shows the foresight of the forefathers who established COMESA, that they did not only establish COMESA, but they went further to establish institutions which would play in the market and support the mandate of COMESA. So like TDB, we have CBC, which is a private sector arm, which is also bringing you together today. So COMESA is very diverse and indeed plays directly into the market. Your Excellency, Chief Guest, I would like to say Karibu. Good morning, and it's a real honor and privilege for me to address you today at the 18th COMESA Business Forum. This important public-private dialogue brings together COMESA Business Council and the wider business community, policymakers, COMESA institutions, and partners to jointly deliberate and chart innovative pathways to sustainable growth and enhanced collaboration across the region. I extend my special thanks to you, Your Excellency, for gracing this occasion, and for the government of Kenya for hosting this important series of meetings that we are holding over the next few days. These Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this 18th COMESA Business Forum is leveraging digitalization to deepen regional value chains for sustainable and inclusive growth. Our discussions will explore how digitalization transforms business practices, boost productivity, connect markets, and create opportunities for all, particularly marginalized groups, including MSMEs, women, and youth. The forum aims to generate actionable recommendations for the COMESA Business Declaration 2025, which will be presented to our heads of state and government at the summit being held here in Nairobi on the 9th of October. We anticipate concrete proposals on digital infrastructure, investment, regulatory harmonization frameworks, innovative financing mechanism for SMEs, and strategic partners that will accelerate our digital transformation agenda. In addition, just listening to the representative from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, a number of pertinent issues have already been raised, which I feel should be formed part of that declaration, to bring to the attention to the heads of state the number of challenges and bottlenecks being experienced by the private sector and which should be addressed at that level. Because sometimes, as we all know, it's only political will that to remove some of these constraints. Our forum discussions will focus on 4 critical areas: agricultural productivity, digital trade and investment promotion, and business mobility. Distinguished delegates, COMESA has developed a robust suite of digital tools that are revolutionizing regional trade and integration. We have consistently supported integrated border management systems, smart border technologies, including the regional customs guarantee, the digital yellow card system, which ensures efficient issuance and verification across 13 countries, while our regional payment and settlement system, REPS, process is increasing transaction values across its member states. Most recently, COMESA launched the Electronic Certificate of Origin program, which was launched in Eswatini, Malawi, Zambia, and very recently, only a few days ago, launched right here in Kenya. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, building on our established digital foundation, COMESA continues strengthening private sector development through strategic partnership with the CBC and targeted initiatives that address critical regional needs. Our regional food balance sheet initiative, implemented in partnership with key stakeholders and supported by AGRA, now provides reliable, near real-time data across 10 countries, addressing critical information gaps for policy and investment decisions. We are advancing business mobility through our COMESA Business Visa Scheme, leveraging on ICT capabilities, while strengthening the pharmaceutical sector through the African Development Bank partnership focused on local manufacturing capacity. The Digital Finance Inclusion Project has reached a crucial development phase, with the COMESA Clearinghouse playing an extended role in establishing the digital retail payment platform for MSMEs. Ladies and gentlemen, running alongside our high-level dialogue, we are hosting 2 interconnected events that exemplify our commitment to practical business outcomes. The COMESA Multi-Sectoral Trade Exhibition from 7 to 9 October showcases flagship regional products and services and innovations across multiple sectors, serving as a dynamic marketplace for promoting business linkages and investment partnerships. Complementing this, the COMESA EU Horticulture Connect seminar, which was held on yesterday, brought together European buyers from Netherlands, Germany, France, and Italy with COMESA horticultural producers, creating direct pathways for our agriculture exporters to access international markets. This strategic pairing of the exhibition and buyer-supplier platform demonstrates how we are translating our policy actions into tangible economic opportunities that strengthen our integration with global value chains. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I wish to commend the efforts of the COMESA institutions in supporting the hosting of this forum. CBC, the Trade Development Bank, the COMESA Court of Justice, the Alliance for Commodity Trade in Eastern and Southern Africa, ACTESA, COMESA Reinsurance Company, ZEPRI, Africa Trade and Investment Development Insurance Agency, ATIDI, COMESA Federation of Women in Business, Africa Leather and Leather Products Institute, Yellow Card, COMESA Clearinghouse, COMESA Monetary Institute, COMESA Competition Commission, and the COMESA Regional Investment Agency, RIA, which collaboration continues to amplify the length and depth of COMESA's collective impact. The COMESA Business Forum provides a crucial platform for aligning public and private sector strategies, sharing successful and digital agriculture models, and creating the enabling environment for our social adaptation of transformative technologies across the region. Public-private dialogue has always been at the center of our strategies, and inclusive approaches. Last year, we successfully hosted the 17th COMESA Business Forum in Bujumbura, and outcomes were presented to the 23rd Summit of the Heads of State. We are looking forward to a similar presentation of this declaration, of this business forum, which shall be presented on Thursday to the summit. This will really reinforce the matter that we cannot move forward on policy alone. We do need the participation and engagement of the private sector. I wish you all a fruitful deliberations, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Secretary General for COMESA, Her Excellency Chilese Mpundu Kapwepwe. Ladies and gentlemen, time now to welcome the Cabinet Secretary in the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry from Kenya, Honorable Lee Kenyanjui, to address us. Let's put our hands together for the Minister.
Thank you. Thank you. Allow me to take this opportunity first to acknowledge Your Excellency the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, for honoring our invite and also participating in this very important session. We acknowledge that the business forum is a critical component of the COMESA, because as government we may have the best policies, but at the end of the day we need the business people and the associations to make the connections and to make the region work. So we really want to salute you for making time to open this session. The Secretary General of COMESA, Chileshe Kapwepwe, the Chairperson of the Council of Ministers, Dr. Hassan Kibea, development partners who are present here, distinguished representatives from the private sector, and the Chairperson of the Council of Business, Mr. James Chimwanza, upon whom I want to borrow all the protocols that you observed. I think his was the most extensive one. And thank you very much for being here. So, it is our profound honor first to hold this summit, and also to confirm that it comes at a time when both trade and investments are facing quite some turbulence. And I say this in recognition of the fact that when you look at global trade today, there are so many uncertainties, from wars across other parts of the world to tariffs that have made international trade more unpredictable and sometimes unstable. And one of the areas that have been cited as possible solutions for stabilizing that is actually regional trade. At COMESA, we're at about 14% intra-COMESA trade, a number which we acknowledge is way below our potential. And I think our conversations today must revolve around what we must do to make it possible for goods from Tanzania to come to Kenya, of Kenya to Zambia. And I think that conversation must not only be academic. We must go to the real issues that continue to hamper trade between ourselves. Not too long ago, His Excellency Yoweri Museveni, the President of Uganda, visited Kenya. And I think in their conversation with our President, the issue of the time it takes to cross the border from Kenya to Uganda was raised. The following week we visited there, and talking to the truck drivers and the business people, on average it would take like 4 to 5 hours on a good day, but at times even a day before you can cross. So if you have to cross 4 borders and you have to spend 4 or 5 hours on each, then if you look at the total loss, then it makes our region very uncompetitive. So among the things we must talk is how to make it seamless for our goods to move from Zambia to Kenya, and the unnecessary stops that you have created must be abolished. On the movement of people, again, there can be no business when our people are not talking. There is no value of talking about trade when I cannot go to Zambia with ease, check the goods, agree with the banks and the people, and come back. So again, the movement of people across the entire region, I think, becomes very important. I am happy to note that Kenya has abolished visas for African countries. So if you want to visit Kenya, you do not need to make any elaborate plans for you to come here. You need a product from Mombasa, from Nakuru, and anywhere. You just need to board the next plane, and we will be able to receive you, and you can have, things going through. So I think as a person in charge of trade, I really want to emphasize on the issue of movement of people and goods, because when these two are not there, it doesn't matter what else we are going to input. And I think much must be done to open those areas. I also note that the theme of this year is leveraging on digitization to deepen regional value chains for sustainable and inclusive growth. Again here, we are happy as Kenya that we have made significant inroads in the area of digital penetration. Almost every major town in Kenya, we have been able to connect with fiber, which means a farmer can be able to produce a product, put it online, put a photo, put everything, and that way we can be able to trade. And because trade is now becoming more digital than physical, then the issue of ensuring that we have digital connection across the whole country, and by extension also in other parts of the COMESA, becomes important. And I also want to add that beyond the infrastructure are the people. And I'm happy to note that most of our universities also, we have incorporated the issue of digital skills so that our children can be able to trade and work in the world that is coming tomorrow. On the area of financial transactions, you know that Kenya is the home of M-Pesa, and M-Pesa is now going regional in Tanzania, Uganda, and most of these other countries. And I think this is really the area we need to work together, that we don't all need to duplicate services. So if you have a solution that's already working in Uganda or any other country, maybe that solution can be adopted. And since M-Pesa is working even globally, I see M-Pesa as a solution for many of the things that you're trying to do. And I think some of these issues, if they're replicated at the continental level, we can all work towards making it a better place for all of us. Allow me also to quickly mention on the issue of the horticultural event we had yesterday. Kenya is a major player in the area of horticulture and flower, and we had very live conversations yesterday. Still, a lot needs to be done. We have talked about post-harvest losses. We have talked about cold storage. So if you're moving a perishable commodity across the border and you're spending 5 hours, there's no cold facility, then the post-harvest becomes a major issue. And I think one of the areas that we must really invest in is the infrastructure in cold storage, both in our airports, in our ports, in all our big towns, so that when you're thinking of any of these commodities that fall within the perishable category, you have networks that can allow us to work across that entire space. Lastly, is also to note that within the COMESA region, we have nearly 600 million people. If you look at that number and you compare with other continents or subcontinents, you will realize it's bigger than even the entire US market. But the problem is we probably have not seen the full potential that lies with that kind of a market. And as we improve trade, also allow me to say that areas like tourism, if you look at what percentage of tourists within the COMESA say visit Kenya, the number is in the single digits. Yet, we will all plan our journeys, maybe on holiday sometimes, to capitals far away from where we are, in places of temperatures sometimes -10, over 40, and leave a Mombasa beach that is an attraction to the whole world. Leave a Masai Mara that is a world's heritage site. So, and I can say that of Victoria Falls in Zambia, and I think all those places that we can do. So I think it's time for Africa and COMESA to think local, to think regional, and together we can move. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much. That is Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, the CS Cabinet Secretary for Kenya's Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry. And I like where he has ended. It is time for Africa, it's time for COMESA. I would now like to invite His Excellency Dr. Hassan Kibeya, who is the chairperson for the COMESA Council of Ministers, Burundi. Welcome, and let's give him a round of applause, please.
Excellence, professeur Kithure Kindiki, vice-président de la République du Kenya et invité d'honneur. Excellence Lee Kinyanjui, secrétaire au cabinet au ministère de l'Investissement, du Commerce, de l'Industrie du Kenya. Excellence Madame Shileshe Kapwepwe, secrétaire général du COMESA. Monsieur James Chimwaza, président du Conseil des opérateurs économiques CBC. Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, distingués invités.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. Greetings. First of all, I'd like to thank God Almighty who has helped us to meet this morning in this 18th COMESA Forum. All praise to God. And on my quality as the chair of the Council of COMESA Council of Ministers and representing the Republic of Burundi, it's my proud and with determination that I'm talking to this August gathering and to this distinguished business forum, which is involving our will to transform, our political will to transform our region into an integrated community, to a prosperous community. So this is a very important moment so that we can integrate our community with our community.
J'aimerais donc souhaiter ma plus chaleureuse des bienvenues à tous les participants, et en particulier aux distingués invités venus de toutes les régions et d'ailleurs. Et j'aimerais personnellement et au nom de la République du Burundi adresser mes sincères félicitations à la République du Kenya, qui assure actuellement la vice-présidence is having the vice chair of our Council of Ministers. So thank you for hosting this very important forum and for being the host to this 24th summit of head of state and government. I would like particularly to thank His Excellency Professor Kithure Kindiki, the Deputy President of the Government of Republic of Kenya, and Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, Cabinet Secretary. Thank you very much. I would like also to acknowledge the leadership of the Secretary General of COMESA, Her Excellency Shileshe Kapwepwe, as well as the Deputy Secretary General. I would like also to thank the Chair of COMESA Business Council, CBC, for organizing this forum. Distinguished guests, dear delegates, COMESA is positioning itself today as a great economic community with a high population of more than 600 million of people and a GDP which is over
billions of dollars every year. So those are very impressive numbers to, and it's so great to come up with an integrated market, common market. So the period from 2023-2024 has pushed us to overcome many challenges within our region. Indeed, we had a decline of 3.6%, which means 14 to 15 billion of dollars in exportation. Sectoral challenges as well as non-tariff barrier are all problems to our growth, and it stopped our growth as a intra-regional region. So it means that we're having double challenge that we have to overcome. For that, we need to stimulate the trade flags in our region, and also to have other access to other markets in the world. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when I think about the declaration of COMESA back in 2024 and the resolution of the Head of State Summit in Bujumbura, in Burundi, I would like to highlight some very important issues. First of all, it is very crucial that we deepen the development of our private sector with a deepened collaboration between COMESA Secretariat and the CBC, the Council, the Business Council. So our objective is to come up with a regional strategy with private sector, which will be more solid and inclusive. Public sector is not just a driver, it's also an actor, so that we can implement all our program and our agendas. So we have to double our effort to facilitate trade, so that we can we can accelerate the protocol of free movement. So we need to adopt digital tools such as electronic visa, which is important for visa. Many member states have already adopted the electronic visa system, and we want to achieve our visa to come up with a unique visa, so that we can facilitate either tourism or business travel through our region. And I'm very happy to note that the Secretariat of COMESA with the Business Council are working closely to implement a framework for COMESA business visa. Our commitment is also to promote a resilient agriculture, which needs investments in research and to have financial access for SMEs, as well as quality standards. We need to improve our value system. So for that, we want to support tourism, mineral exploitation, so by building capacity, and also to value our resources and to improve the structure for the harmonization of regulation. So those are some of the priorities which are very important right now. And for that, we need to implement those policies and have a solid private-public collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year, leveraging the digitalization for an inclusive business growth, is very important. So we need to use our agriculture, trade and ecosystem, because we do have a lot of potential for change. So here I'd like to thank the leadership of Kenya Republic in exploitation and digital system for agriculture and trade. So there have been progress when it comes to digital market and traceability system using blockchain. So this is a very unique example, and it is practical for our community. So I would like also to say that during yesterday's event, so there was a good initiative of Kenyan government to strengthen collaboration when it comes to capacity building, and I would like to thank you very much for that. Distinguished guest, this forum is a platform, a very powerful platform to develop partnership, particularly how to share best practices and to promote innovating solutions. In the name of the Council of Ministers, and in my own name, I want to say that we are all involved to bring an integrated community and prosperous community. For that reason, I'm asking all member states and private institutions and development partners and other stakeholders who are in this room to use the opportunity that this forum is giving us. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, let's unite our efforts so that the resolution from this CBC can translate in concrete action which will help our regional transformation. I'd like to wish you fruitful deliberation and opportunity of networking. For that, I thank you very much. May God bless you.
Let's put another round of applause for Dr. Hassan Kibeya, His Excellency the Minister, or the Chairperson for COMESA Council of Ministers from Burundi. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing here, and because I can have 360 degrees of everything, I can confirm that you're looking very good. I was watching you on TV, and I can tell you that you're looking very, very good. The only thing you need to do is to sit up, put your chest forward, right, and put your chin up so that, you come out strongly on TV, but I can confirm that you look very, very good. I also informed you that we are live on Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, and so this meeting is being beamed across the world. So let's put our best foot forward. We're coming to the keynote address, which is going to be delivered by the guest of honor, His Excellency Professor Kithure Kindiki, the Deputy President of the Government of the Republic of Kenya. And I want to invite back on stage the Minister for Investment, Trade and Industry, Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, to conduct the honors of inviting our chief guests. Let's put our hands together for Waziri.
So thank you. I think my responsibility is to remind you to stand up as we welcome our Deputy President, Your Excellency, Professor Kithure Kindiki. A warm applause. Thank you and welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Please be seated, and good morning. Excellencies, I am pleased to join you here today at the 18th COMESA Business Forum. Welcome to Nairobi and welcome to Kenya. This gathering is a critical confluence of minds and purpose, bringing together the architects of our continent's future. The forum provides a pivotal platform for us to confront trade issues affecting our region today and tomorrow. It brings together high-level private sector actors, associations, service providers, partners and the public sector to discuss and adopt solutions that will propel and transform the COMESA region into a competitive economy. Today's forum, Excellencies, was preceded by the COMESA EU Horticulture Connect platform, which facilitated business-to-business meetings, farm visits, and dialogues to strengthen market linkages and foster inclusive economic growth. I thank those of you who participated in the various dialogue activities and trust that the engagements have yielded sustainable partnerships and a greater understanding of the market requirements, certification processes, and quality standards for our local, small and medium enterprises, SMEs, to remain competitive in international trade. Kenya holds a significant position in the global horticultural export trade. While significant challenges like competition from other export markets, water scarcity, high cost of air freight, disruption of supply chains resulting from perilous ocean security threats around the Red Sea, the government of Kenya is supporting this sector through value addition, development of our infrastructure, and shifting to sea freight to reduce the carbon footprint. Distinguished Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, value addition, for instance, offers the best opportunity for higher returns, incentivizes industrialization, enhances productivity, deepens technological advancement, increases high-quality jobs, bolsters wealth creation, and promotes competitiveness. We must accelerate the development of horticulture and other regional value chains critical to our future. The public and private sectors must work hand in hand to create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive, expand, and to innovate. I therefore commend the idea of the Connect platform and propose that this approach be adopted in all other value chains. Gathered here today is a rich resource of best practices from peers in the region. As the heads of strategy, I challenge you to lead innovation of tailored, tech-driven solutions, and that will benefit those at the bottom of the socioeconomic pyramid in building the necessary backward and forward linkages that will facilitate transformation. You are the engine of Africa's economic transformation. You are the ones who will bridge the gaps, create the jobs, and build the future of Africa. The outcomes of this forum will be presented to the 24th COMESA Heads of State and Government Summit. Ensure that your recommendations are bold, ambitious, and practical, providing a clear roadmap for our leaders to endorse. Excellencies, tomorrow, Kenya is assuming the chairmanship of our organization, COMESA. This is not a light responsibility. Kenya will leverage this role to champion a new era of regional integration that uses digitalization to deepen value chains for sustainable and inclusive growth to actualize the theme of this forum. This theme resonates powerfully with Kenya's aspiration for radical national transformation, primarily focused on boosting intra-regional trade and economic integration within COMESA member states. The theme is a direct response to the persistent challenge of low intra-Africa trade, which is at a disappointing 17%. The summit also aligns is also a key enabler to innovation and competitiveness. Digital transformation creates a more dynamic business environment, including promoting initiatives such as the Electronic Certificate of Origin, ECO, and Smart Border Solutions to facilitate the flow of goods and services. Digitalization catalyzes reduction of non-tariff barriers to trade by introducing digital solutions to trade facilitation and modernizing customs and border procedures for seamless trade within COMESA member states. The goal, distinguished delegates, excellencies, is to move beyond the export of raw materials and create more sophisticated, higher value products that can be traded within the region and globally. This approach also seeks to create more opportunities for SMEs, businesses, especially those led by women and youth within the agricultural value chains. I am confident that by working together, we shall achieve these aspirations as a bloc and build a more integrated, resilient, and prosperous COMESA for our people. I look forward to today's deliberations and welcome what will inevitably be a most successful summit. I also look forward to fostering the implementation of the resolutions of this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, excellencies, all what I have said can be summarized into three things. Which three things will place Africa on the front and center of influence in the 21st century? The first is people. Trade, development, growth, progress, and wealth is about people. And going forward, the people of Africa, the people of COMESA, must include those among us who have always remained in the periphery. The youth, women must be integrated in business and wealth creation, trade, development, and the innovations that will create wealth that will define the place of Africa in the 21st century. We must think people, and we must remain people-centric going forward, more than we've done before. The second issue is technology. Technology, especially digital technology, will define the world in the 21st century and will determine who calls the shots. And it is not true that all those who have called the shots in the past will continue calling the shots in the future. Those who will use technology well to find solutions for wealth creation, for progress and development. And I believe Africa is not sitting badly in terms of harnessing technology to define our future. We may not be generating the technology ourselves. In fact, I dare say we don't have to. We only need to harness and make use of it and create wealth for our people in the shortest time possible. Excellencies, other than the people and technology, the last driver that will turbocharge the wealth creation for Africa and for our region into the 21st century is going to be partnerships. And many speakers have eloquently spoken about the need for partnerships. The president of the bank, our bank, has already told us how partnerships have driven progress and growth for our institution and for our region within the member states. But we must look at bridging the gap between the public sector and the private sector so that we can be able to mobilize adequate resources to take Africa and COMESA forward. And I am not talking about financial resources alone. financial resources are one, perhaps the most critical component. But then we also need intellectual resources because we need the best ideas that will define our progress going into the future. It is my pleasure to declare the 18th COMESA Business Forum officially open. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let us all be upstanding. Your Excellency, please remain on the podium as we give His Excellency another round of applause. And my colleague is going to invite the people who are going to come upstage for that official photo op, and then we'll proceed from there. So I kindly request the following to come up on stage. This is Ms. Regina Ombam, the Principal Secretary in the State Department for Trade. Please, a round of applause for the PS. Mr. Hitesh Medirata, Vice Chairperson, Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Another round of applause. Please don't get tired. We haven't started even yet clapping here, so get ready for more. James Chimwanza, President, COMESA Business Council. Thank you. Mr. Admasu Tedese, President, Trade Development Bank. Mr. His Excellency Chileshe Mpundu Kapwepwe, Secretary General for COMESA. Honorable Lee Kenyanjui, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, Kenya. Please keep clapping. His Excellency Dr. Hassan Kibea, Chairperson, COMESA Council of Ministers for Burundi. This is the official photo, and please let the cameras click.
Thank you. And as that photo is being taken, I would like to request the persons who are in the following groups to kindly proceed to the photo platform on the right side of the building for you. And I'd like to request the ambassadors in the room, ministers, COMESA Business Council board members, heads of COMESA institutions, EU and other cooperating partners, as well as trade development, that is something else, ambassadors, ministers, COMESA Business Council board members, heads of COMESA institutions, EU and other cooperating partners. If you are in the room, kindly proceed to that platform there. Their Excellencies will join us for another photo once they are done here.
Yes,
if you
indeed.
are in that list, kindly proceed to the right side of the room.
Thank you. Let's please put on our best smile, the cameras. Yes, then after these, the guest of honor, accompanied by the other dignitaries, he will proceed to open the exhibition, which is taking place outside here. And after the photos, all of us, we're going to the Aberdares Hall, which is downstairs, for that refreshing cup of coffee, cappuccino, or a cup of Kenyan tea. So please, you may take leave. Your Excellencies.
For now, I would like to request, if you're not in the...
Well, that is the opening session of day 2 of the Business Forum here at the COMESA Summit that is happening at KICC. Some of the take-homes from the keynote address there made by Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki indicate that Kenya is going to be leveraging on her position there as chairman come tomorrow to push for intra-COMESA trade. The Business Forum is a policy brain of the summit, as most who have taken to the podium have said, and it is expected to define what digital integration will look like for COMESA's next decade. Digitalization of trade is going to be focused on reducing friction. The rollout of electronic certificates of origin and single window systems will dominate this particular conversation, with examples being made there by representatives from COMESA saying that countries like Malawi as well as Zambia are noticing more efficiency when it comes to trade because of digital integration. Logistics and mobility dialogue highlights will be focusing on infrastructure readiness, talking about port efficiency, cargo tracking, and visa-free business travel within COMESA. The Kenya Association of Manufacturers Vice President, who took to the podium earlier, also mentioned that time that is usually taken to move persons as well as goods across borders is something needs to be corrected, or rather needs to be adjusted to make this more seamless and save time. Behind these sessions, there's also the geopolitical reality where Kenya has been quoted that Kenya, Egypt and Zambia are likely to be pushing for digital pilot projects and aligning with the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement frameworks. The objectives of this opening session was to and is to identify actionable steps to accelerate digital trade adoption, strengthen regulatory harmonization of investment promotion, support free movement of business people and logistic innovation. Trade digitalization, as quoting the Deputy President there, who is the chief guest in this second day, the Business Forum, says remains COMESA's biggest opportunity as well as a challenge, keenly focusing on the introduction of electronic certificates of origin that is expected to reduce trade transactions costs by at least 30%, yet only a few member states have implemented these systems fully. So digitization in this particular session, what we've heard is that it is not just about speed, it's also about trust through traceability, transparency and interoperability. Harmonization of the certificates of origin, digital payments, as well as custom systems will determine COMESA's competitiveness under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, while investment promotion that is hinged on regulatory predictability. Now, countries that streamline business registration tax system through the digital tools will also attract capital faster. An issue of capital and seeding that has also been raised by the Kenya Association of Manufacturers there. Then regional data governance frameworks have been cited, or rather are going to be need going forward to secure cross-border trade, information and prevent duplication. Duplication at the end of source or other production is one of the challenges that the private sector has highlighted in this morning session that has been dubbed the Business Forum. This is a policy aspect of this particular COMESA summit. Now, questions that have been abound is how can digital investment platforms increase transparency and investor confidence? The agreement on priority digital trade corridors, just imagining a situation where the trade corridors between Mombasa, Lusaka and Kinshasa was seamless, moving people as well as goods across these particular borders. Now, endorsements of interoperability roadmap has also come up with digital customs, as well as private sector commitments to scale up e-commerce and cross-border fintech solution. Kenya prides itself with having prioritized the digital superhighway, one of the highlights that has been made by Cabinet Secretary in charge of trade, saying that it's a high time that we leveraged on matters digital to push trade there. The theme, connecting the region through smart mobility and borderless business, efficient logistics and movement of business people, remains a critical bottleneck to regional integration. Some of the quotes there, including the COMESA Business Council President there, James Shitambua, who said that that is one of the issues that they. I'd want to take you right outside. We want to take you back to Broadcasting House, but when we come back, we're going to be focusing on several sessions that are going to be underway on day 2. One focusing on smart agriculture and agri-tech, as well as logistics and digital movement and innovation. We take you to Broadcasting House. We're keeping tabs on the summit on day 2, on the day 2 being the Business Forum that has been termed as the brain and policy of this particular summit. I'm Regina Manyara. Now back to you, Broadcasting House.
Still ICC, that is the first session that has just ended, the 18th business meeting that is happening right here at KICC. And we have heard from the Miss Regina Ambam, who is the Principal Secretary State Department of Trade. We have listened to the Vice Chairperson of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And also we have heard from Lee Kenyanjui, the Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Investments, and also the keynote speaker, that is His Excellency Professor Kithure Kindiki, the Deputy President of Kenya. And of course, the speakers have one common voice, and that is calling for one voice when it comes to ensuring that we grow trade within the region. Remember, the intra-regional trade is low, as we have heard from the speakers, and the goal is to grow this intra-regional trade to about 25%. And so the conversation is about how do we ensure that some of these bottlenecks that are facing African countries, such as the tariffs and non-tariff barriers, we have seen a long custom clearance, we have seen issues to do with quota system. How do we ensure that these 21 member countries can sit at the same table and come up with solutions? And this is through digitalization, which is the main theme of this 24th COMESA Summit, talking about digitization, leveraging on digitization to increase regional value chain, or rather to improve regional value chain, and also to deepen integration. And I'm joined here by one of the delegates who is attending the 18th Business Forum, as we talk about what was said inside. Maybe you can share with us your name. Yes. And then you tell us what you've gotten from these 3 hours that you have been inside, as we listen to various speakers talking about trade within the COMESA region.
So Tobias Alando is my name. I'm the CEO of Kenya Association of Manufacturers. So this event has brought together businesses from the 21 countries under COMESA, and it's focusing on how we can leverage digitalization to promote trade. COMESA presents us a huge market access opportunity for us to move our goods in and out of the COMESA countries. We are looking at over a GDP over $800 million. We are looking at a population of about 600 million people. Already that shows you this is a huge market that we need to tap on. So we need to leverage on opportunity around technology. We need to leverage on opportunity around agriculture, because we need to feed our nation. We need to feed our continent. We also need to leverage on opportunity around SMEs, promoting SMEs. But above all, we need to use and utilize opportunity on promoting manufacturing across the continent, particularly on the 21 African COMESA countries. Yes.
You sit at the center of manufacturing, you being the CEO of KM, looking at our manufacturing sector. Target is to grow by 20% by 2030. Can we leverage on COMESA to grow our exports?
Definitely we can leverage on COMESA. Like I say, this is a market of about 600 million people, and market access is a priority. Anyone investing in this country in the manufacturing sector is not only looking at the Kenyan market, the 50 million market, it's not only looking at the ESC market, is looking at a wider market, and COMESA presents that wider market that we want. So if we are able to access this market appropriately, then definitely we'll see a growth in the manufacturing sector, because goods will be able to move from one trading block to another trading block.
Earlier on you mentioned SMEs, and one of the key things one of the speakers mentioned is the gap between the millions available in regional banks and the millions reaching SME is significant. So how can we ensure that access to finance from where you sit is available to the SMEs?
Yes, there's one of the major challenges, of course. Yes. Our push right now, particularly for the SME, is a single-digit interest rate. And we can, and we should do all we can to ensure that we move to a single-digit interest rate so that SME can access the finances to expand their businesses. So there is opportunity, and we need to support the SMEs as much as we can.
Okay. What of digital transformation in terms of delivering tangible benefits and also including cost reduction of post-harvest losses as well as improved trade documentation?
So technology is key for any business development, manufacturing development, and using digitization not only for processing financial transaction, but also for our industrialization and our technology is key right now. It's part of the competitiveness. For us to be competitive with our counterparts in other regions, we have to digitize most of our manufacturing process. We have to digitize most of the paying process. So digitization is the way to go, and we cannot be left behind as a nation or as a continent or as COMESA citizen in terms of digitization. Yes.
Thank you, sir. That is the CEO of Kenya Association of Manufacturers talking to us about opportunities that exist in the manufacturing sector and also growing the manufacturing sector to 20%, which is one of the targets that we as a country have put forward to ensure that we grow this sector. And some of the issues that also that were discussed inside there was digital marketing, which will allow manufacturers to compete internationally without prohibitive physical presence cost and Internet of Things, or rather use of Internet Things to increase agricultural yield by 10 to 30% while reducing water usage by 20 to 40%. There is digital logistics as well that needs to be enhanced. Digital platforms reduce delivery time by 25%. We have had of fuel consumption will be reduced by 15% if we are looking at digital logistics and financial inclusion initiatives such as mobile money and digital lending, which have reached to over 100 million previously unbanked Africans. There was also an issue of the agriculture sector, the horticulture sector, which employs about 70% of the population and contributes about 40% to the regional GDP. Yet, food is often imported. So the question is, how do we ensure that regional integration and also trade facilitation is enhanced within the 21 member countries? Digital, of course, what the speakers are talking about is ensuring that we digitize our trade and digitize agriculture to offer solutions that are precise, as well as agricultural satellites, imagery, and drone technology. Companies like Apollo Agriculture in Kenya are providing smallholder farmers with tailored financing, insurance, and economic advice. So what are the future plans that some of these speakers have talked about that they need to commit to? They've talked about over the next 2 years. The forum will focus on boosting agricultural productivity through smart agriculture, breaking barriers in trade and investment, and enhancing trade through digital logistics. This is just in a nutshell what was said inside the ATN, the business, COMESA Business Forum that was happening earlier on in the day. There's also another session coming up after. But first, before that, I want to hand over to my colleague, Regina Manyara, to take us through some of the solutions that she has also listened to inside there in terms of making sure that we grow our manufacturing sector, we grow our agriculture sector, as well as ensure that digital connectivity is at the center of it all.
Thank you very much, Carol. Thank you for that particular executive summary. And so much has been hinged on policy, now just driving from policy declarations to digital operationalization. Some of the issues that have come up and where we need to boost intra-COMESA trade there, just breaking barriers using digital innovation. One of the other issues that has also come up is that those countries that have already taken up in innovation, technology innovation, have reduced time taking at the borders, with stakeholders taking to the podium saying that this needs to be addressed to make it easy to access markets. This is a 600 million market, yet matters of border harmonization of policies still hangs in the balance, affecting trade. There is also duplicity of these particular products, and instead of competition, they're talking about complementation. But then the question is, with digital innovation and technology, is it going to be easier to conduct business in their host countries and also across the COMESA regional blocks? We are joined by one of the stakeholders here this morning who's been working with businesses based in Kenya and as well as other COMESA states to just set up businesses in the UAE. I'm talking about Shelina Manji, who is the Associate Director, Business Development there, to just share some insights on what digital innovation has done so far to enhance trade, not just within the COMESA regional bloc, but also beyond that particular bloc, you're looking at the UAE. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your time.
Thank you so much for having me.
So this morning, there's been a keen focus on digital operations. In your experience, has this made it more easier, the interoperability to set up businesses, or not, or are there challenges?
Of course, I was very happy to be part of this amazing summit today. Being from the UAE, we work for, I'm based in the UAE. We are a consultancy firm. We assist entrepreneurs set up businesses in Dubai, and that is entrepreneurs from East Africa, and now, of course, we're extending it to Ethiopia. We assist business owners, of which I've seen lots of them here, to progress their businesses there. And of course, we have so many opportunities in terms of growing business growth. And so what we do specifically is we assist entrepreneurs with documentation, bank opening of bank accounts, residency permit, and etc. So when it comes to digitalization, I think it plays a very huge role in Dubai itself, in the UAE. AI being one of the biggest achievements when it comes to how the UAE has actually emphasized that sector. We are, with that, it's made it very easy because we work with a lot of farmers, people who are in the agriculture sector, and it's made it easier for them when it comes to registration of their businesses.
Registration
online.
Of their business. What about the digital payments or other cashless payments? How have they, impacted trade, especially across borders?
I think with that, digital payment, of course, it's been easy. Honestly, even with residency permit, it's been easy for us to get it sorted out with our portals that have been placed in our free zones. With that, that's one. And another thing is when it comes to trading, it's become very easy as we have open portals for traders to actually converse with other exporters and importers in Dubai, and in itself, it's been easy for us to work hand in hand with lots of sectors here in Kenya who are open to start setting up the businesses in Dubai, and we've been very happy to be part of this. We've been there for about 25 years. Doing this exactly work, and with that we are progressing and integrating into the new systems in place in today's world.
So how does Kenya compare when it comes to digital operations? Because across the COMESA states, we're looking at around 21 countries that make up the COMESA bloc. How do we compare in terms of effectiveness when we're doing trade?
With trade, of course, we are getting into the AI world, and I think in Kenya it's growing, and people are getting to appreciate AI now, and it's starting up slowly. When you compare it to the UAE, we're far ahead.
So we're playing catch up.
We're playing catch up for sure.
So how does the future of business look like, given that now we find ourselves, as you said, in the AI space?
Okay. The future looks bright. What I have noticed with the Kenyans, especially the youth, it's really it's become very popular now. And I think with that growth, we are going to reach heights. And with the work, the way Kenyans just work, how smart Kenyans are, I think with the AI being introduced here, we're going to do wonders.
All right. So in your 25-year, let's say, experience, what businesses stand chance to growth when it comes to the UAE market? What are the low-hanging fruits, and what does that particular market subscribe to?
Great question. So right now we have consultancy firms and IT sectors who are very open to setting up in Dubai. And most importantly that we have actually picked up on are farmers. agriculture, exports, imports, exporting, avocados, exporting fruits, exporting whatever it is that they would like to export. But I think in agriculture is playing a really big role right now in terms of setting up businesses in Dubai.
Right. So ICT as well as agriculture,
ICT, consultancy firms, those are main interests right now.
One would ask, what would you take to set up a successful business, in the UAE?
I think first you need to have a sufficient amount in terms of I'm trying to look for the right word, but you need to have sufficient funds.
So liquidity, capital.
Yeah, of course, capital for your for business, and of course you have to have a mindset of growth. When you get in that space, you're competing with big fish. You're competing with people who have been in businesses for so many years, and they're much more ahead in terms of growth in their sectors. So I think you need to have, of course, liquidity, good profit margins, and the drive to growth. That's just one thing.
So you'll be actually juggling it with the big boys, so to speak.
The big boys.
Return on investments. Why would I invest in the UAE? Why not anywhere else? What is so unique about it?
When it comes to tax, of course, tax is one thing that plays a big role. We see a lot of Kenyans very much interested because of the tax deductions and no tax solutions for the businesses. So there's that, and then of course there is the security for your finances. I think that's really big, and also just having your company based in Dubai also just strengthens the foundation of growth. In that aspect. I don't know if you know what I mean. It's just having a business set up there, it's actually you introduce yourself to a much bigger audience.
All right. Yeah. Africa is seemingly not trading with itself, given the statistics that we've had. That is, despite or rather, even after the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Why do you think that is so?
Sorry, ask again. Sorry.
Africa is not trading with itself, despite there being, very many agreements that have opened up the continent to push for intra-African trade. In one word, how can we correct this as, members of COMESA?
In one word, I think we should have the capacity of finding ways to see that we have potential in the products that Kenya has when it comes to agriculture. And because of that, there's a lot of need for what we have outside. So always just having partnership with the countries like the UAE is so important for this. So I would really emphasize on that, and we are very happy to work with the East African business owners, entrepreneurs who are willing to grow their businesses. And yes, it's been great. So far, it's been absolutely great.
All right. So more agreements, more action away from policy and paper. That is a call to action of some of the stakeholders who are currently participating and taking part in the ongoing business forum. Remember, this is day 2 of the COMESA Summit 2025. The deliberations that are going to be made here by the public and private sector are going to be then presented to the heads of states who are going to be meeting in the course of this particular summit, with a prayer that it is time that COMESA puts more action into the policies and the theories that have been over the last few years. I also want to hand it over to my colleague, Carol Wairimonjenga, to take you through on what the other stakeholders have been saying since morning. Over to you, Carol.
Thank you, Regina, for such insights. And of course, there have been calls for public-private partnerships to ensure that there's collaboration between the two to create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive and innovate. And I'm joined by a business person, a businessman who works within the COMESA region, whose business is working among the 21 member countries. Just talk to us about what are the challenges and bottlenecks when it comes to trading within the COMESA region. Remember, these are 21 21 countries. There are bottlenecks we mentioned earlier on, like long custom clearance. We have talked about tariffs, barriers. We've talked about non-tariff barriers. But we have the person here who has faced some of these challenges and here to break down for us some of these challenges that you have been encountering along the COMESA trade bloc. Mohammed Sharif is his name. You can share with us some of the challenges that you have encountered in the business that you are conducting.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. I'm Mohammed Sharif. Okay, so thank you for the interview and for you guys to actually hold this meeting here and to bring up all these countries together. And we really appreciate meeting.
I'd like you to look at the camera, please.
We really appreciate meeting you guys and all it's like a big African thing right now is going on. So for us, we came to attend and we thank God we were given part with you guys. So we have a lot of challenges. I've been to Tanzania.
First tell us the business that you're in, okay. And then you can tell us the challenges that you are facing as an entrepreneur or a business person in the COMESA region.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm doing automation engineering mostly. So on top of automation engineering, I also do trading, so which I really had a dream and passion of connecting and doing business since I was small. So, but when I started the business, back in 2010, I started going to Tanzania, Uganda, Ethiopia, kidogo. So I've done like 34 trips from Tanzania, 2 in Ethiopia, and the others also from Uganda. So we have challenges like if it's about agricultural products, we have challenges on prices. So you go to the market. So because you are a foreigner in the other country, they end up raising the price for you, they end up giving you bad products. You see. So we need to have a quality control and a price control. We also have other problems like forex trading. So let's say you're going to buy a truck with $10,000. When you reach at the borders, from the evening paka asubuhi till morning, like just a difference of 6 hours or 3 hours, the rates has already changed. So we end up losing like almost $200 to $300. That's almost 20-something thousand to almost 30-something thousand per truck. So such things make us demoralized, and it makes the business very hard for us. So we were saying if we can come up with a good system and with this COMESA to have a quality control, price control system, and we already have that plan. So we hope we can collaborate and create a lot of jobs for our people.
Okay. The Cabinet Secretary for Trade, Lee Kenyanjui, did mention about one of the challenges calling for significant investment in cold storage infrastructure across the member countries. You have mentioned agriculture, transporting agricultural products from one country to another. In that sector, in the cold storage, what are the challenges that you face?
Okay, actually in our proposal and our prototype, we also have a cold storage plan and storage plans. We also have another problem that I can also add for the Cabinet Secretary is the issue of aflatoxin, poisonous things coming into Kenya, which end up causing us a lot of problems. So in terms of cold storage, we have a very nice system that we don't have to invest just in one area. We want to, like the devolution issue in Kenya, we want to make the borders to have each and every point of cold storage. Then we come up with a distribution point such that then we just involve our own transporters. And we also had the plan of not taking our Kenyan truck to cross the border. There's no need. We can just come up with a storage system. We transfer goods at the borders so that everyone gets jobs.
And even as you're talking about challenges, there must be wins in your transportation business and other areas that you have committed to work on or with. What can you say the COMESA region has worked to enhance transportation or trade within the COMESA region?
Okay, the good thing with COMESA is that there's no big challenge on their part, provided you get the licenses. But the problem is that you get license of Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda. So we want us to, COMESA is really doing good, and we also have our trucks and we're using their insurance, COMESA insurance, which there's no need of paying if you're going to Kenya or Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, where just one insurance you can use it. So it helps us. We save like $200, $150. So it's doing great.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Mohammed, for that. And of course, we were waiting to hear from you some of the proposals that you have for the Cabinet Secretary and also for the speakers that are here. Among you, say the cold storage facilities. You've talked about quality control. You've talked about foreign exchange rates. What are other areas that you think that the COMESA region should address?
Okay. One of the biggest problems that makes our African trade very hard to conduct it is just from the farmer's side. And for me, even if I was a farmer, I wouldn't accept the prices the business guys come to pay for us. Because there's a point, the buyer buys at a very low price, then all of a sudden reaches Kenya, it's like 1,000% high. You see, so we can come up with a system to control even the farmers to get a good price and fair rates so that we can enable even payment systems and come up with a transfer issue. There's no need of crossing a whole track. From this border, we can just transfer the goods.
Thank you, Mohammed. He is a business person working with, of course, within the COMESA region, and he's talking about some of the challenges that he is experiencing while conducting business in the COMESA region. And you've had some of the wins as well. Remember, COMESA region brings together 21 member countries to trade together freely, and already 16 members already have a free trade area, and you can see the significance of this COMESA region. And I'm joined by the Principal Secretary, Juma Muhwana, to just tell us a little bit about the new era. Thank you, sir, for joining us. New policies, or rather the previous policies have led to, we are seeing policy reforms, you're seeing infrastructure investments. In this year's new era, what are we looking at in terms of actionable plans as well as ambitious plans?
Thank you. First of all, we are happy as Kenya to be hosting this COMESA summit. We are very excited that we are hosting a lot of visitors from all across the COMESA region. And as you know, Kenya is a major player in the COMESA region. We are one of the biggest manufacturers. We are one of the biggest exporters within this region. And currently what we are looking at are common policies to promote especially participation of business by the small and micro enterprises. One of the key areas that we have seen as a gap is that small businesses have been struggling to sell across the border because of high standards that are quite high. Sometimes also they are not able to fill a whole container as a small business. So some of the policies that we are working on is how to ease cross-border crossing of commodities, products from Kenya going to Rwanda, to Burundi, to Zambia, Malawi, and other countries. So part of what we are doing is also what we are calling container consolidation, where several small businesses can put their cargo into one container instead of requiring that one person does that. And then we are also harmonizing our standards in terms of the quality of the standard of the products that one must sell. And also we are aligning cross-border procedures so that if you are crossing between Kenya and Uganda and Burundi, Zambia and Malawi, that the crossing procedures are the same, because sometimes I think they get very difficult and very complex. We are also educating our businesses people and our exporters on the requirements that they need to have, certificates of origin and other certificates, so that their products can move seamlessly from one country to another, so that we can promote intra-Africa trade. As our Deputy President has said, the amount of business that we are doing with each other within Africa is very low. So we are trying to use this kind of initiative to make sure that a lot of Africans can produce, can manufacture products, and can sell them within their country and also across the region.
The Deputy President did mention importance of a people-centric approach and integrating the youth and women into trade development and innovation. How has your ministry been able to integrate that?
Yes, we are working through a number of projects. We have the GATE project. We just have the KIEP, the Kenya Industry and Entrepreneurship Project. And through this, we are supporting young people to gain entrepreneurial skills, to get skills for manufacturing and also marketing skills, but also to, as you know, Kenya is a tech hub. We are quite high on issues of technology, innovation, and one of the areas that we are encouraging our young people to participate and to also export is in the area of technology and innovation, automating industries, creating softwares that can help us to produce more in the farms and also in our factories. So Kenya is quite strong in the technology area, and that's why at this summit we have a lot of young people participating, also exhibiting their products, so that the products they make are not just sold in Kenya, but they can be sold across the borders.
What of partnerships? Because we need partnerships between public and private sectors to mobilize adequate resources, especially for the SME sector.
Yes. As you know, the role of government in manufacturing and in business is to be a good referee. Our role is to create good policies and good standards, but the real people who should play their role in terms of manufacturing, in terms of doing business, is the private people. And so we are encouraging many Kenyans to venture into manufacturing. There's a lot of demand for avocado oil, for cement, for steel, products like barbed wire, nails, iron sheets. So there is a lot of demand for products. In fact, what we have done as a government is that we have opened up a lot of market. We have signed up agreements like the East African Protocol. We are now a part of the COMESA. We have opened up markets within the EU. But what we are lacking are people to take up these opportunities, to produce products that can be exported into these markets. So our role is, as government, is to open up the markets, to create partnerships, to do agreements where we have opened up, for example, the economic partnership agreement with the European Union. Now a Kenyan can sell almost 14,000 products duty-free, quota-free into 27 EU countries. So we've opened up the market. It's a huge market, but we don't have products, and we don't have exporters, and we don't have entrepreneurs. And so what we are calling on Kenyans is, please come up. Everybody can, I know jobs are good, but let's stop looking for jobs, but let's create products so that we can sell these products. We will even grow faster, we will become more prosperous, because a country that produces is a country that prospers.
As we come to an end, you've talked of agreements. You have the European Union agreement you've talked about. Now we have the COMESA region, and then we have the African continental. Yes, and I go, how can they complement each other instead of competing?
Yes. What we are doing is already we have the East African community. We have our rules, we have our standards, including rules of origin. And now we have the COMESA rules. What we are doing is that all these rules are being now harmonized at the African Continental Free Trade Area, so that somebody in East Africa can trade with somebody in North Africa, in West Africa, in Nigeria, in Ghana. So the market is huge. And if you look at Africa today, with a population of 1.4 billion people, there's a lot of demand for products. Africa is importing too many products from outside the continent. What we are saying is we need Africa to consume what is made in Africa. So we are pushing this idea, buy Africa, build Africa, because we need products made in Africa. So we want Kenyans, don't shy away. If you have a good product, we have opened a market for you in Egypt, in Algeria, in Morocco, in Ghana, in South Africa, in Malawi. So please come forward, make your new product, and let's help you sell it across the continent.
Yes, before I let you go, Kenya is set to assume the chairmanship of the COMESA region. What are the ambitious plans and actionable plans that you have?
Yes, Kenya is very lucky that on Thursday, His Excellency, the President William Ruto, will be assuming the chairmanship of the COMESA region. Remember, we are already the chair of the East African community, so this is going to be a very unique opportunity that we are going to be both chairing the East African community and the COMESA region. This is an opportunity for Kenya to steer the process of making progressive policies that can support young people, women, and even innovators. So we are in a very unique opportunity, and we are very excited about this possibility of us being both the chair of the East African community and the COMESA. So for us, this is a plus. It also means that other countries have a lot of confidence in us. So one of the things I want to ask Kenyans is, let's be confident and let's believe in our country, because we are made for greatness. And you can see other countries here, when they look at Kenya, they see a mentor, they see a leading economy, they see people that are progressing. So I think, my dear Kenyans, let's believe in ourselves, let's produce for ourselves, and let's export and sell and make Kenya and Africa proud.
Thank you, sir. That is the Principal Secretary, Juma Muhana, talking to us about how we can believe in ourselves, trade within ourselves, as we try to grow the intra-regional trade to about 20% by the year 2030. And he has also highlighted how Kenyan government seeks support and also is supporting various sectors through value addition, infrastructure development, and shifting to sea freight to reduce the carbon footprint. And we have seen also value addition being emphasized here as an opportunity for higher returns, industrialization, productivity enhancement, technological advancement, job creation, and competitiveness. We'll be back to you later in the afternoon for the second session, but for now, I hand you back to studio with Abdiaziz Hashim.
Thank you so much. That is our very own Wari Munjenga just giving us a bit of an update following the first session that has concluded, where the Deputy President, that is none other than Professor Kithure Kindiki, attended, including the Cabinet Secretary for Trade and Investment, that is Lee Kinyanjui. You have heard them speaking to businessmen and women there. You have heard them speaking to the government in terms of the collaborations that they have made with not only the European Union, but within the COMESA region and the African continent at large, so as to boost trade and investment in our own country. And today is very vital because even the Deputy President himself had to visit some of the stalls that have been mounted within the Kenyatta International Convention Center. You do know that today is a very critical day, given that it is the 18th COMESA Business Forum and Exhibition, which opened doors to more than 300 business exhibitors who are currently showcasing what they do in their own COMESA regions and some of the businesses they operate. And of course, some of the main issues that have come up in that particular morning session was some of the bottlenecks that has hindered trade not only within the COMESA region but the African continent as well, particularly in terms of excise duty which has been imposed on raw materials, which are very critical not only to key sectors such as to boost industrialization in the country, but to the industrial sector where we see homes coming up, institutions, as well as various markets that are coming up in various regions. And of course, they have talked about ensuring that those excise duty, the taxes imposed on not only raw materials but key essential materials that will forge the country forward economically should be, of course, piped down, and of course called to liberalize the markets to under COMESA free trade area, which has been signed by numerous countries within the 21 member states, and of course collaboration between the member states and the private sector, which is very key, bringing in not only government institutions but the private sector to boost trade within these various countries. Some of the staggering statistics that were issued by the Kenya Manufacturing Association of Manufacturers was that the intertrade COMESA region, of course, has gone down to 14%, which he says that is the vice chairperson of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, that is Mr. Hitesh, clearly stating that the COMESA is one of key markets and a significant source of raw materials, with overall Africa accounting for at least 42% of Kenya's export. COMESA makes up 11 of this, behind the East African community at 30% and the rest just at 1%. He further on went to say that the reason why it is disturbing is that currently it stands at 14%. That is intertrade between COMESA member states, which are 21 countries, which he says it needs to be increased within the member states so as to boost trade within this particular region, and of course ensure some of these bottlenecks, excise duty, taxes on raw materials are reduced so that the countries can benefit from such initiatives. Also topping that particular issue was Adamasu Todesa, the president of TDB, clearly stating that the Trade and Development Bank was formed 40 years ago, but Treaty of COMESA has so far dispersed issued guarantees totaling to USD 58 billion, catering to the over 600 million people who are residing within the COMESA region. Also, some of the other issues that were highlighted in that particular morning session was about harmonizing the bloc itself, not to compete with each other, but to complement each other in terms of realizing some of the goals that were set within this particular region. And of course, looking ahead, they're saying that the tripartite free trade area, which unites EAC, the East African Community, COMESA, and SADC, is expected to play a crucial role in addressing the challenges of overlapping membership and expanding opportunities for Kenya and the other COMESA member states to benefit from the regional integration. And of course, the Deputy President, who was attending that particular session, called for value addition, especially within the agricultural sector, which he says it offers the best opportunity for higher returns, and says we must accelerate the development of horticulture and other regional value chains critical to the country's future and the COMESA region itself. We must create enabling environment for businesses to thrive, expand and innovate through PPPs and support the idea of a Connect platform, which he says has been very vital for this country itself. And you do know, given that all eyes are on this continent right now, especially here in the capital, the COMESA Secretary General, that is Chileshe Chipwemwe, said that the discussions will explore how digitalization can transform, which is the main theme of this summit itself, transformation of business practices to boost productivity, connect markets and create opportunities for all particularly marginalized groups. And of course, we want to take you back to the hall of the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the second session that is continuing there. Let's listen in and of course we'll come back with more.
So the COMESA Court of Justice is the judicial arm of the common market for Eastern and Southern Africa. That is COMESA. That is the judiciary of COMESA, okay? Established under Article 7 of the COMESA Treaty as one of the organs of the common market. There are many organs. There's the COMESA Authority, there's the COMESA Council of Ministers, we have the Secretariat, and we have the COMESA Court of Justice as a judicial arm. And for here, I must say that our forefathers had a lot of foresight. No wonder we are calling them forefathers, with a lot of foresight, you know, because they foresaw that as we integrate, there are bound to be disputes. When those disputes come about, how do we handle them? How do we tackle them? Of course, sometimes you try diplomatic channels, you try mediation, whether it's through the elders, you try whatever means, but sometimes it's inevitable that you might need an neutral arbiter to tackle the dispute. So, if you look at, those of you that have the treaty, you can have a look at the treaty, it's online somewhere. Article 5 gives the general principles of COMESA. If you go to Article 6 of the COMESA Treaty, it talks about the fundamental principles. And one of the fundamental principles is the maintenance of the rule of law within the COMESA region. Why is that important? It is important because I always tell people, being in COMESA is like you're in a football match. If you don't have a referee to tell you you're offside and give you a penalty, then there's going to be a problem. So the COMESA Court of Justice has been charged with that mandate to ensure the maintenance of the rule of law within the COMESA region, okay? That is Article 6. There are many others that you can reference as far as the mandate of the COMESA Court of Justice is concerned. How is the structure of the COMESA Court of Justice? The COMESA Court of Justice initially started as a one court with no appellate division. But then after several discussions and deliberations, it was felt that given that by the time people are coming to COMESA, and I'll be talking about Article 26 later, they have exhausted their local remedies and probably up to the highest court in that country, and then they come to the COMESA court and it's one court with no room for appeal. It was felt that it's important to have an appellate division that would be able to hear appeals from the first instance division. So we have two-tier system. First instance division has 7 judges, and nice to see you, Honorable Margaret, PS from Zambia. Nice to see you in Nairobi, and welcome very much. So there are 7 judges in the first instance division and 5 judges in the appellate division. Our current judge president is Honorable Justice Lombe Chibesakunda from Zambia. And then we have others. You cannot have 2 judges from the same member states in the court. Then I would like to talk briefly about judicial independence. If you go to Article 8 and Article 9, it talks about the council, the authority, anyone They can make decisions but not instruct the court as far as its judicial function is concerned. And I think, especially given that here we have business people, we have the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and I believe others from other member states, the 21 member states. Why is it important to have a dispute resolution mechanism? Somebody calls it the jewel in the crown of regional integration. Because if you are coming into Kenya, for example, as an investor, and you don't know how, if a problem arises, how are we going to solve it? Where do I go? Yes, you can go to national courts. There's nothing that prevents you from going to national courts. But it's also good to have an independent court like the COMESA court, which is not aligned to any member state. It is a court of the 21 member states. So Article 8 and 9 talks about that independence. Article 42 talks about the budget of the court, which is funded by member states. Of course, that does not prevent us from finding other sources of funding that do not conflict with our mandate. Okay? Now, let me go briefly, and I'm conscious of time, to the question of the actual jurisdiction. Our work as a court is to interpret and check the application of the COMESA Treaty. We don't want a situation where every other court, every other tribunal in the 21 member states, and if you can do a quick math, 21 member states, give each country maybe 100 tribunals, and all of them are coming up with different interpretations. What's going to happen is going to be a lot of confusion as we are implementing the treaty, as we are trying to observe the treaty. So the court has the sole mandate to interpret the treaty. Application, anyone can apply, any court can apply. But when it comes to interpretation, especially when a national court is not sure of how to interpret, then they must refer that matter to the COMESA Court of Justice under Article 30 of the treaty. And this is where I would like to show you the nexus between national courts and the COMESA Court of Justice. There's nothing, as I mentioned earlier, that prevents national courts from handling matters that involve the interpretation or the application of the COMESA Treaty. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, but should they reach a point where they feel, I think on this issue, we are not sure, instead of going ahead and making an interpretation that is contrary to the treaty, causing confusion that I spoke about earlier, they are allowed under Article 30 to refer that matter to the COMESA Court of Justice for what you call a preliminary ruling. And that ruling by the COMESA Court of Justice, let's assume that matter came from, let's say, Eswatini, for example, and the COMESA Court of Justice issues a preliminary ruling. That ruling will be binding, not just on that court in Eswatini, but on all the courts in the 21 member states. That means the treaty does not have to be interpreted 1,001 times. If the COMESA court has interpreted, unless there's an appeal on that interpretation, then that is the final word as far as the interpretation. And sometimes it makes me very sad when I read in national papers that a court has attempted to interpret the treaty and made some very astounding statements where they are now like saying our laws, our national laws are supreme. I mean, you can't come into a marriage called COMESA and come waving your laws, national laws, you know? You must be ready to be bound by the COMESA Treaty. And that's what regional integration, in fact, not just regional integration, even under the WTO, you don't come in there waving your rights. You come there ready to be bound, you know, by the treaty that you have signed into. I'm conscious of time. Please, whoever is keeping time, just show me by a show of time is up.
Yes.
Can I just have 2 minutes to talk about 2 points?
1 minute.
1 minute. Article 26, there's Article 26 of the COMESA Treaty that talks about exhaustion of domestic remedies. And I feel like it's important for me to mention why a lot of people misinterpret when you hear that you must go from the lowest court in your member state to the highest court before you can come to the COMESA Court of Justice. That has been clarified by our court in the case of Inter-Somac versus the Republic of Rwanda, in the case of Polito versus the Republic of Mauritius, and in the case of Agilis versus the Republic of Mauritius, where the court has said, if the remedy available in your member state is not readily available, actually, is not available in terms of the treaty, is not efficient, is not effective, you can approach the court directly, but you must be ready to show, why am I going to the court directly? One last point, MC, before I finalize. Article 28, I was just discussing it right now with the Honorable ASG Programs, Mr. Mohammed, is on arbitration, arbitral jurisdiction of the COMESA Court of Justice. Article 28 was amended to include Article 28C in 2018. Please, investors, if you're in this room, listen carefully. We now have jurisdiction to entertain investor-state dispute settlement under an arbitration clause. So you can come to the COMESA Court of Justice. Finally, as I end, we are talking about digitalization. And the theme of this forum is digitalization. Leveraging digitalization for better service delivery, for better regional integration. The COMESA Court of Justice has not been left behind. And so if you're worried that you might have to come all the way to Lusaka, where the court is currently based, to file your case, we are way ahead in terms of technology. You can file your matter off-site from the comfort of your office or your house, and we shall be able even to hear you virtually. So that is the much I can say in 7 minutes or thereabouts. I wish I could say more, but that's all I was given. So thank you for your attention. If you have questions, please reach out. In the presentation that will be shared, our email address is there. You can reach out. Our website is there. You can get some information. Please reach out. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's give her a hand as she takes her seat. Thank you very much, Honorable Nyambura Mbatia, the Registrar at the COMESA Court of Justice, for giving us an overview of how disputes are resolved under COMESA. And of course, if you have more information that you'd like to know, reach out to her and her office. I would now like to invite Mr. John Mwendwa, who is the Chief Executive Officer for the Kenya Investment Authority, that is KenInvest. A hand for him, please.
Good morning. Good morning. Good. I just want you to spend 5 minutes with me. If you like my voice, look at me. If you don't like my voice, look at the screen, and then we can be able to spare some moments to tell you about Africa's home of investment. The topic today is really why you should consider Kenya as your place to invest, and I'll spend the next couple of minutes telling you why this is the case. Okay, somebody needs to move my slides. It's not moving. Okay, sorry. So, really, Kenya is a hub of investment because of a number of reasons, and this COMESA summit is really symbolic. From Kenya, you have global market access to $55 trillion worth of market access around the world, and COMESA presents a near opportunity of $1.1 trillion, nearly 690 million people. And the reason Kenya presents that good market access opportunity is because as business people in the room, you are looking at where do you want to do business. So we are confirming to you, if you're doing business in Kenya, you're doing business with the rest of the world. Just imagine that. And our country has become the 6th largest economy in Africa. We really have strong macroeconomic fundamentals. And I want just to share some highlights of why destination Kenya. 6th largest economy in Africa, $132 billion. You know, world-class connectivity in terms of ports and seas. You know, renewable energy, 93% green. Talent is next to none on the continent. We allow 100% foreign ownership of companies, including expropriation of profits. And we are really the tech hub of the continent amongst many other accolades. And if you just really want to know whether we are really doing well, Standard & Poor's upgraded Kenya's credit rating from B- to B recently. And this just but a tip of the iceberg. Our fundamentals are strong. You know, low-level inflation, stable currency to the dollar, trade numbers just short of $10 billion as per the last published numbers. And they just showcase why really Kenya is continuing to be a really stable place to do business on the continent. Now, I will get into more details, but if you're a business person and you're looking to invest, there are a number of sectors you can invest in, and I'll go into some details on the screen. But at the very bottom, you'll also see the enabling ecosystem, including a conducive business climate, very strong financial markets, a lot of other ecosystem in terms of enablers, including economic zones. And I just want to spend a couple of minutes to just share with you some highlights, why these sectors, which are diverse and varied, and are together with you in the room that you can be able to associate with, why they are there. From manufacturing, which is nearly 8% of our GDP today, around 360,000 jobs, to agriculture, the bedrock of many markets across Africa, which are presented here in the 21-member bloc, to livestock. I think three sectors present really good average growth rate. Over the last 2-3 years, the compounded annual growth rate in all of these sectors is between 5 to 7%, which means an average rate of return on each of these sectors is anywhere between 11 to 18% in terms of return on investment. So really good areas from ICT and BPO, construction and building, and tourism. I won't read through this. You can just have a look and see whether you resonate, and then we can be able to talk through some of the detail. And we're just highlighting these as some of the frontier sectors that Kenya is presenting for opportunities for investment for you to consider. Moving on. Creative economy today, because of our talent today, is actually 5% of our GDP. Between film, fashion, culture, and the arts, really wonderful opportunity. And across many emerging sectors, including blue economy and mining, presenting really good trajectory for growth. And Kenya really presents that opportunity for you as a private sector member. If you are in a COMESA country and you're wondering which sector presents a good return, please talk to us. We also offer really a world-class mix of special economic zones, quite a number in the country, near 40 export processing zones, giving you benefits on corporate income tax, etc., including our very own financial zone, which is the Nairobi International Financial Center, with very good, corporate tax initiatives. You can talk to us and figure out more about that. Now, if you want to know Kenya is successful in attracting capital, there are nearly 300 plus multinational based out of Kenya. This is just a sample. If you can identify a logo here, all of those in different sectors are doing business in Kenya, from business community to multilateral organizations. They're all based in Nairobi. And if your business is in a country in COMESA, we'd love you to be in that country, but consider exploring your next home to be nowhere else other than Kenya. We were asked to talk about digitizing the investor experience, and we are really trying to ensure we are investor first in terms of our focus. We really want to be seamless, and we have a journey to ensure we make ourselves really investor-centric by digitizing how we serve you. And this is just an ecosystem that we are rolling out for you as an investor who's in the room, thinking about how to make doing business much easier. So the reason we want to let you know that Kenya is open for business is that we are really home of all sectors. If you are looking for a home of capital resilience, a mix of good return, political maturity, a strong financial markets, growth, economic fundamentals which are there, invest no other than in Kenya. And if you want to know where the information is, all the information, if you are looking at your phone, please take a screenshot and scan the QR code. All I have said, you can be able to look at it. All the information is available for you there. We could never say enough in 6 minutes. I have 55 seconds to spare. We'll of course be able to talk to you more as we really wait to hear from you in terms of why you should invest in Kenya. And Kenya is really the home of Africa's investments. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we should have let his logo stay there until his 29 seconds are done. But thank you for your thoughts on the trade and investment opportunities available in Kenya. And if you're looking for those opportunities, of course, you can talk to Mr. John Mwendwa and his team at Ken Invest to know exactly where to put your money. We now move on to the next presentation, and it's with Benjamin Mugisha, who is the Chief Underwriting Officer, Africa Trade and Development Insurance. He's talking about de-risking trade and investment. A round of applause for him as he comes on stage.
Thank you. Conscious of time, I will observe all protocols. I'm here to talk about a TD. I'll just, use the acronym, but as has been mentioned, it stands for the Africa Trade and Investment Development Insurance. I don't know if it's projecting. Yes. So, thank you very much for the honor to speak at this event. ATD is a 25-year-old institution that was operationalized in 2001, but conceptualized in 2000. It was a baby of the COMESA institutions, and 7 governments at the outset established ATD, together with the World Bank, who facilitated the process. We're very proud to be part of COMESA. We provide risk mitigation tools, notably political and credit risk insurance. And the easiest way to conceptualize that is to think about FDI in the form of debt or equity, so a lender or an investor who is looking to do business on the continent, or a trader who is looking to partner with a counterparty on the continent, and the risks they face, both non-payment risk from the private or public sector, as well as country risk across the continent. It was that perception of risk that ATIDI was set up to mitigate, and that's what we do today. Today we are Africa's top development insurer. We started out with 7 countries. We are now in 24 countries and have 13 institutional shareholders. We are the highest rated African DFI, purely African DFI, with 2 ratings, an A stable from S&P and an A2 stable from Moody's, and we were voted the DFI of the year by the African Banker Awards this year. In the COMESA region, we've covered over 1,200 transactions, representing close to 38 billion of investments. Of those, 12 billion have been in Kenya, and continentally we have covered $88 billion worth of investment. So we've really played, we believe, a role in rolling out trade and FDI opportunities on the continent. Examples of some of the transactions we've covered include the expansion of Ethiopian Airlines upgrade, the implementation of the Bugesera Airport in Rwanda, and we've also worked in countries like Burundi and Malawi, Zambia on energy projects to deliver significant impact in those countries. Broadly speaking, that was in the past, but we're looking to grow, we're looking to do more, and for all the COMESA countries in the room that are not members, we would be very happy to have a discussion around how you can join ATIDI. We're also looking to support the entire continent. We do some work in non-member countries, but we would do more if there were member countries. We are looking to all our shareholders, and I think the president of TDB mentioned that, buttressing this growth is the support of our shareholders. So it's very important that African countries continue to honor the obligations. In fact, there was a discussion just now around treaties. It's very important that those treaties that make us viable African institutions continue to be honored. We're happy to continue to collaborate with all other COMESA institutions and other institutions outside the COMESA space. So we do work with ZEPRI, with AFRICARI, with TDB, who are in the room as well, the AU, the COMESA Secretariat. And we are rolling out other products. We do participate on the Regional Custom Transport Guarantee Scheme, together with some of the partners I've mentioned. We have a portfolio risk sharing arrangement that we are rolling out for commercial banks to support SMEs. And we do have a regional liquidity support facility that helps renewable developers in Africa to generate on-grid, and now we are looking to expand that into the off-grid space. So in summary, we know that the future for Africa is very bright and that COMESA is a key driver of that. ATIDI will continue to be part of the solutions, turning risk into opportunity and providing transformational change for projects for the benefit of Africa. With the work that we do, the intention is that we will achieve at least one of the following parameters: lower the cost of doing business on the continent, whether it's the cost of loans, the cost of expectations from equity in terms of return on capital, or just the asymmetry between information and the lack of transparency when it comes to the perception of risk on the continent and the reality of risk. So by participating in the development of Africa through insurance and risk mitigation, we hope to increase foreign direct investment on the continent and to also provide opportunities for traders, including in the continental free trade area and, of course, in the COMESA region. So we do have offices across the continent, and feel free to take a photo of these if you're looking to go back home and have a meeting with our offices in those countries. We will be very happy to see how we can help if you're a lender, if you're an investor, if you're a trader, and if you're looking to see how you can leverage insurance in order to access financing and or deferred payment terms. So thank you all very much. I was very well aware that I had a record to beat in timekeeping, so I hope I've done well in that space, and thank you for your attention.
Asante sana. Thank you very much for your comments on matters de-risking trade and investment in the region. Now we'd like to have the three of you take a group photo just in front here, if you don't mind. Let us have a group photo. The photographers on the ground kindly help us with that before we move on to the next panel.
Thank you so very much for that presentation. Kindly, let's give them another round of applause for a job well done. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're getting on to our next session, where we're going to have a conversation around boosting agriculture productivity through smart agriculture to enhance value chain competitiveness. And the moderator of this session is going to be Honorable Susan Auma Mangeni. She is the Principal Secretary in the State Department for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development. Let's put our hands together for Honorable Susan Mangeni. Now, we've taken tea, and we've had some very nice cakes. We can do better. Let's try again. Thank you very much indeed. Please take your seat. The panelists are going to be Ms. Deborah Malowa. She's the head of Africa at Bayer East Africa. Deborah Malowa, share with us. Deborah, here she is. Please, let's put our hands together for Deborah. Then we have Stephen Moshiri, Eastern Africa Farmers Federation. Moshiri, are you in the house? Yes, Moshiri, here he comes. Let's put our hands together for Moshiri. We also have Mr. Benjamin Tito, Director, Regional Coordinations, Agriculture, Food Authority. Let's put our hands for Mr. Tito. If you continue like this, there will be no lunch. So you better clap. Thank you very much. Then we have Mr. Daniel Njiwa, Director for Inclusive Market, Trade and Finance at AGRA. Our hands together for Daniel. Then we have Lucy Komen-Mies. She's the Chief Executive Officer, Warehouse Receipt System Council, WRSC. Let's put our hands together for Lucy Komen. And finally, we have Dr. John Mukuka, Chief Executive Officer at Actesa. Our hands together for Mr. John. Right now, I want to welcome the PS to make brief remarks, and then she can start her conversation for the next 1 hour, which starts right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm told you've just taken tea. You know that is paid for. Nothing is for free. Good afternoon once again. Yes, so thank you very much. Let me begin on behalf of the MSME sector in Kenya to first of all thank the organizers of this very, very important forum. It means a lot to us as MSME. If COMESA was a human being, will be agency. The COMESA Heads of Summit is 24 years, that will be agency. And we know what comes with agency, right? If the business forum was a human being, we'll just be turning into adulthood. The youth becoming of age. So once again, congratulations for those great milestones. I know since yesterday, and as we were preparing for this forum, we have underscored the significance of agriculture in our economies. And COMESA, of course, playing a pivotal moment for Africa's largest regional economic community. When you talk about a population of 682 million, GDP of 1.094 trillion, and trade worthy of 454 billion,
That's really a lot. So, of course, COMESA stands at the threshold of unprecedented transformation. And in this case, Africa is privileged because we can quickly leverage on digital technologies and transform our agricultural system and make the most out of these opportunities for African economies. So precision agriculture technologies will allow farmers to monitor soil conditions, weather patterns, crop health in real time, while predictive analytics will help us anticipate market demands and optimize planting schedules. Mobile payment systems, I know for us MSME, it's been a challenge in unlocking intra-Africa trade, and digital marketplaces are connecting smallholder farmers directly to regional and international buyers, eliminating intermediaries and ensuring fairer prices. Digital agriculture has become a strategic priority for food security, economic growth, and job creation. So for us to achieve sustainable trade, the digital revolution really means a lot for us. It's really compelling. The blockchain-enabled traceability systems provide end-to-end visibility in agricultural supply chains. This allows farmers who are also MSMEs to verify the origin, quality, and sustainable credentials of products. Maximizing digital innovation in agriculture will require coordinated regional actions. Issues such as digital infrastructural gaps, technology, regulatory harmonization, skills development, and cross-border data flows cannot be addressed by individual countries alone. And that's the essence of us being here today and having this conversation, seeing how do we work together and collaborate to achieve most out of the digital opportunity. So this forum provides a crucial platform for aligning public and private sector strategies, sharing successful digital agriculture models, and creating enabling environments for scaled-up adoption of transformative technologies across the region. However, whereas agriculture is a backbone of COMESA economies, productivity remains at 40%. This is really below the global averages. Whereas it creates most of the jobs in our economies, most of those jobs are unsustainable and are unsecure. So we're looking at other challenges. For example, only 15% of farmers use improved seeds. We are experiencing very heavy post-harvest losses, averaging between 30 to 40% across the region. We're having limited access to affordable finance, affecting more than 80% of smallholder farmers. The cold chain infrastructure covers less than 5% of production area, and I must repeat this, it only covers less than 5% of production areas. The issues of climate variability affects 85% of agricultural land. Even though we have a mobile penetration of more than 76% and growing fintech solutions across the region, this presenting opportunities that can help us leapfrog traditional agricultural constraints. The question is how, and this is what is now informing this session, how are we able to invest heavily in technology, digital technology infrastructure, so that we maximize on the opportunities which are emerging. So this session today is going to help us examine how smart farming can improve productivity, support agro-processing, and drive value addition. It will also help us to highlight innovation in agri-tech, including digital tools, precision agriculture, blockchain-enabled traceability, clean smart farming solution, and satellite-based monitoring, as well as we're going to discuss practical opportunities and barriers for smallholder farmers, business, and government. And when I started off, I talked about humanizing COMESA. It had a reason. Because as we do this, we are presiding over a population of young people, and young people are technologically savvy. So how do we make agriculture also become more attractive? How can agriculture generate more job opportunities for young people and help us resolve the most troublesome concern that we have across the continent of youth unemployment? So good people, join me in welcoming our panelists today to help us, drawn from various institutions, both government and private sector. And so to begin with, is Madame Deborah Malo from Bayer. Let's clap for her. And Deborah, I just want you underscoring to share with us your thoughts, now underscoring that COMESA faces a huge annual food import bill despite vast agricultural potential. How can climate-smart farming solution and digital platform help the region achieve food self-sufficiency while building export competitiveness? Over to you. Can you help us?
Oh, okay. It's okay.
No, thank you. And you're absolutely right. It is a paradox. When you think about COMESA states, we have some of the world's most fertile soils, abundant labor, and entrepreneurial farmers. And yet, every year we import billions of dollars worth of food. And if we do not change course, rising populations and climate shocks will make that dependency even deeper. So we've got to treat climate-smart agriculture and digital innovation not just as something extra that we're doing, but as the foundation of Africa's growth model. That will be the fastest route to food security and export competitiveness. But when we talk about climate-smart agriculture, or climate smart, what do we mean? We mean real hands-on innovations that farmers can use now. Think about drought-tolerant and climate-resilient seeds that secure harvests even in dry spells. Precision agriculture and integrated pest management that saves water and protects yields. Or even regenerative practices such as crop rotation and minimum tillage that helps restore soil, health, and carbon balance. These solutions are not about the future because there are many countries that are using these today, and they're delivering higher yields and lowering environmental impact. And then there was the bit about digital tools. Digital tools are the great equalizer. Through mobile apps, SMS, and voice systems, farmers can now access real-time weather and market data, agronomic advice and input financing, and even direct connections to buyers and processors. At Bayer, for instance, we have a digital platform called FarmRise that enables farmers to access seed, credit, market linkages, all in one system. It also supports traceability and quality assurance. Now, if you combine all these technologies, local knowledge and farmer networks, we can we can create an agricultural revolution, one that empowers women, youth, and smallholder farmers to innovate, to scale productivity, and tap into higher value markets. So in short, climate-smart practices will build resilience, and digital platforms will build inclusion and competitiveness. Together, they can transform agriculture from a subsistent activity into a continental growth engine. That is how COMESA states can feed itself and feed the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's clap for her, please. So, from Deborah, I'm just trying to picture the typical African smallholder farmer, how does she or he look like? And I'm just wondering, and this question now goes to Stephen Mushiri, because Deborah said we can leverage on digital technology. But you and me know the typical African smallholder farmer may not even be digitally savvy, you know. And also, research shows that only 23% of COMESA farmers have access to extension services. But how can farmer cooperatives leverage on digital platform to empower that farmer, the typical African farmer, to bridge this gap? And again, if there is any successful models from the region that can be scaled up across the member states. Mushiri?
Thank you very much, and I want to thank COMESA for this invitation. So I come from the Eastern Africa Farmers Federation, which is a regional network of national apex farmer federations and cooperatives in 10 countries. We more or less transcend COMESA, EAC, and IGAD, and we have 25 million members. So to talk about extension, many people just think about that agriculture officer, you know, who shows up at some point during the season. But when you look at the kind of agriculture we have today, you know, the role of that officer has to be complemented. Yeah, and that's where cooperatives actually come in. Because what cooperatives actually do is that they do three things. One, they aggregate to scale. They introduce what you call farmer-to-farmer extension services. And they also are able to organize farmers in a way that they give them power in the market. So what this actually does is that it makes farmers now attractive to other actors along the value chain. So that single farmer now moves into a cooperative, and now the input guy, Bayer, wants to come and talk to him, the seed guys want to talk to him, the bank wants to talk to him, the machinery guys want to talk to him. So what that in essence means is that extension then relocates from that one extension agent to the input provider, because you don't see where the seed is actually growing, the fertilizer is working, the pesticide is working. The banks, they're giving loans because cooperatives have a challenge in terms of providing sufficient credit. So the bank wants to know that the crop is actually growing. The buyer is coming to actually check the crop. You know, how do you plan post-harvest? How do you plan for the market? And of course, the cooperative itself has invested in an extension officer. So what that in essence means is that now the cooperative is put along the digital highway. And if you look at Kenya and many countries around, you know, we have the platforms that she's talked about. You know, we have M-Pesa. You have WhatsApp platforms where, you know, people are aggregated into, you know, one commodity and they're able to share extension information. We have SMS systems. People are getting markets and so forth. The challenge is with these systems that there are so many. They're out there. There are so many. They're fragmenting, you know, again, the value chain because, again, it's not a one-stop shop. And I think we need to now think about how to bring all this together. So what the Federation has done in terms of trying to look at, you know, bringing everything together and also thinking about, you know, regional trade in itself is that we've done two things. One, we've pushed for a bill in the East African Parliament. It's called the East Africa Community Societies Bill. It was passed by Parliament in 2015. Unfortunately, 10 years later, the presidents have not assented to it. We've tried to have it assented to. We actually want to see how cooperatives can get involved in ACFTA, in regional trade, reduce these food import bills. But we have a political challenge. I think the Secretary General talked about political will. You know, we are asking our presidents, please, sign this bill. There are a number of other bills stuck in East African Parliament. Let's have it on board. That's number one. Number two, we've built what we call a virtual cooperative. We've built an e-platform. It's called e-granary, which connects the farmers from the farm to the markets. And the whole idea is to create efficiency along the system, decision-making, because now you're bringing everybody along the value chain. So it means you're bringing other actors, you're trying to build trust in the system, you're trying to reduce transaction costs in the system, and we've been successful in Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda. So the challenge that, unfortunately, a lot of these digital systems face is that a lot of them are still at startup phase, you know, and the funding for them is not easy. You know, building a platform itself is not easy. Then having it built and making it operational is also not easy. It requires quite a bit of funds. So we need more patient resources, to actually support that particular process. We also need to look at how we also look at the business cases for all these platforms to ensure they're actually making money at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, to Tito, Benjamin Tito from Ministry of Agriculture. Kenya's East Agriculture Strategy aims to digitize 1.5 million farmers by 2027. Where are we today? And then also you've heard from Mushiri. Mushiri is talking about the fragmentation of digital platforms and systems, which now also affects the quality and the standards and the end now product, or rather the end content that the farmers have to depend on. What does our strategy provide in terms of solving that?
Thank you for that question. And I'll begin by saying that data protection and confirmation of the number of farmers that are in the databases is the key to driving the future growth for agriculture. Why I'm saying this is because there is a lot of fragmentation in terms of data availability for the different sets of stakeholders, starting with those at the bottom of the pyramid, that is the farmer, and all the way to those that are either aggregators, exporters, or importers. I want to point a picture that in the year 2022, the total number of registered farmers in Kenya's database was a paltry 300,000. Is at this month, we have a total farmer base registered at 6.7 million. Now that big shift in terms of data registration is what is important in moving the different sectors of the economy. Because again, when you look at farmers, then you have to classify them based on the value chains that they are engaged in. And that also means that the government can be able to focus on specific areas for support. Initially, there was a lot of fragmentation, and this was not possible to make it necessary for the government to take keen efforts. But when you look at now the numbers that are moving from 6.7 million and going upward, then this means then the government can be able to factor in a central repository for farmers management through the e-voucher system, which Kenya has adopted to distribute inputs for the farmers. Here we are talking about fertilizers, agrochemicals, and because we already have a repository for the farmers that we have, then we can be able to know which farmers need what particular support. Initially, this was not possible, and I also want to point out that then this central repository is held by the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, but it also meets all the requirements of the data protection regulations, which is the global international data protection. And also in Kenya in the year 2019, we also did an enactment of the Data Protection Act that stipulates how that data is supposed to be handled. Otherwise, we are aware that if data is not handled rightly and it lands in the wrong hands, then there could be challenges with that. But in terms of the data that we have currently, then this also means that we are moving forward and we can be able to isolate and put specific efforts to particular value chains. It is normally very difficult. For example, even as we talk about the number of farmers, and this is a question that I can pose to all of us. Do we know the current average production per acre in a particular, probably a county or a country? Because this data could be there available, but with different owners. But when we have a central repository, then this means then we can have a single source of truth. And why I'm calling it single source of truth is all the data is harmonized, in one place, and we can be able to refer it on a need-be basis, and this will help us now know what strategic interventions that we need to put forward in terms of government to develop the agriculture sector, which we always keep saying it is the backbone of the country. But sometimes, in many of the countries, it is not the backbone. It is just a by the way. And then that means we need to focus strategically on that.
Thank you. I'll come back to you. Now, Daniel, anytime I hear about Agra, what immediately comes into my mind is seeds, improved seeds. But then research shows that only 15% of farmers in the COMESA region are accessing improved seeds, and over 80% are underfunded. This translates to almost 10 billion USD in terms of agricultural financing gaps. So how can we enhance supply chain finance in the sector?
Okay, great, thanks. Good morning, good afternoon. No, that's a good question, but before I go into that, let me extend warm greetings from Dr. Alice Rueza, who's our president. She really wanted to be here but couldn't, so she asked me to represent her. And to your point, just starting off, I think, yeah, many people associate Agra with seeds because probably that's how we started out 20 years ago, investing in, building capacities and research development for development of seeds. But we soon, later on realized that agriculture productivity, agriculture or African Green Revolution is more than just seeds. It's also about fertilizers, it's also about markets, it's also about policies, finance, and all that. So it's now been, a whole 360 degrees. When we come to the issue of supply chain finance, at Agra, we tend to look at the issue of finance as, both a problem in itself, but also as a symptom of the problem. We look at the ag ecosystem or supply chains or value chains as an ecosystem where if certain parts of that ecosystem are not actually working well, it does affect how much money or financing flows into it. And I think colleagues here have actually mentioned a number of things. We're starting from climatic conditions that drives volatility in prices. How farmers are organized in terms of bankability, their capabilities and all that. In terms of information availability, he spoke about data. Those challenges also impact how much financing is going into the sector, policies and the enabling environment. So it's both looking at financing from both the supply and the demand side. And at Agra, we are addressing both. On the demand side, our approach is really to work with financial institutions or related institutions and help them, understand the sector better, address issues of, perceived and real risk in agriculture, help develop, financial products that work for the type of smallholder farmers we have, work for the value chains that we're talking about, but also, get them to actually, pass the information along the supply chain so that we are able to, leverage that financing into the supply chains. On the supply side, on the demand side, where you have your farmers, you have your SMEs, a lot also needs to be done. There's a lot of capacity building to improve bankability, like I mentioned. There's a lot of information to be shared with them. But also the enabling environment that needs to, be created to enable, this financing to start flowing. So we look at it, from end to end, and we see a role of, all stakeholders and partners and market actors in that space to start, energizing a flow of, supply chain financing into the sector. The role of private sector, who are always, purchasing or performing the role of off-takers, and creating opportunities, for farmers. Once, you establish linkages between these off-takers and smallholder farmers, you allow small farmers to actually access, financing in that sense. The role of agro dealers, in providing input financing into the sector. If you establish better relationships, trust, and all that, and we're talking about digitization here, all of those, technologies and innovations help, open up a trust system across, value chain actors and supply chain actors to be able to share and extend financing, as it were. So I think what I would encourage us today here is, we've been looking at this issue for too long. We've been talking about these issues like for decades now. The sense of urgency is not there. And yet the challenge today is more grave than before. We have 300 million people every year suffering food insecurity in the continent. We are importing $100 billion of food. This is an opportunity for businesses every year from outside of Africa. And yet our borders, our policies do not actually provide the level of efficiency to open up those market spaces that then translate into farmers participating better in those value chains and allow them to access the right financing. I'll stop there for now.
Thank you. So Lucy Komen, from where you sit as the CEO for Warehouse Receipt System, and also now underscoring the fact that post-harvest losses in COMESA are in the regions of 30 to 40%. They cost farmers billions of shillings annually. How can digital warehouse receipt system transform stored agricultural commodities into bankable collateral? And what has been your experience in enabling smallholder farmers in Kenya to access credit against their stored produces?
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. I think the figures that you have said already, those
we can't, somebody needs to...
I think I need some help here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Is it?
I think it's working now. Thank you. The figures you have said, you're very rich about...
Can you hear? Maybe you need to push it closer.
Yes.
Yep.
Better? I will repeat. The post-harvest losses in COMESA region, you're right, they average around 30 to 40%, and they can be higher for perishable commodities like potatoes, and it's costing farmers more than billions of dollars each year. Digital warehouse receipt system is transforming this narrative. I think everyone who has spoken here today, including our Deputy President, has talked about post-harvest losses, and the narrative for warehousing, the time is ripe, the time is now, and this will therefore turn storage commodities into bankable collateral and opening real opportunities for smallholder farmers. It's also important to remember for us here in the room that this warehousing is not something new. Our grandparents had granaries, and I would like each and every one of you to tell your neighbor what your grandmother's granary used to be called, because we used to have that. So in your own mother tongue, what was that granary used to be called?
Thank you.
You didn't have. So for those granaries, then they safeguarded our food. And for somewhere along the way, Susan, we lost that culture of structured storage. And even for those familiar with the Bible, they knew, you heard about Joseph, who was, in a sense, a warehouse manager. So what are we doing in COMESA? In COMESA, the Council, Warehouse Receipt System Council, under the State Department for Trade, we have already partnered with stakeholders, and we have our partners across the region who also run warehouse receipt systems. So through these certified warehouses, farmers can safely store their produce and aggregate volumes to obtain a digital warehouse receipt. This digital warehouse receipt therefore acts as a document of ownership, and it can be presented to financial institutions for collateral of credit. Currently, we have 16 financial institutions Each of them, they are in different stages of developing warehouse receipt financing products in Kenya, and it's a clear sign that we are growing the momentum. So the benefit for this warehousing digital platform is that you have to standardization and transparency, access to finance, collateralization of the commodities in these warehouses, and we also have market access. We were told today that the market access into COMESA, if we can be able to then plug in and integrate our systems, the warehouse receipt systems in our different countries, then we'll be able to log in and access these markets. Allow me to just give you an example. We have cooperative society in Nakuru called Mahuche, and they already have a certified warehouse.
Okay.
And these small-scale farmers have already deposited their commodities, and they are not forced to sell. When you do not have a quality storage facility, then you are forced to sell your commodities, and you therefore take the price that you are given. So with warehouse receipt, we are taking our farmers from price takers to price negotiators. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. And to John Mukuka, you know, COMESA region presents two sides of the coin in as far as food security is concerned. On one side, we are talking about heavy imports. On the other side, we are proud of the production potential. So despite us producing more than 80% of maize in Africa, we're still using billions of shillings to import basic food. What could be the real issues? What could be the reason? And also, what do you think we need to do as a region?
Yeah. Good afternoon. Oh, thank you so much. Hello, can you get me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. The real issues, I think, from my experience in the agriculture sector the last 25 years, are three major issues. The first issue is...
Maybe you need to push your microphone.
Yes, the first issue is a low productivity per unit area. For roughly, we have about almost 90 million smallholder farmers in 21 COMESA member states. So this low productivity is the result of a lack of quality and improved inputs. For example, since 2006, through the Abuja Declaration on fertilizer, we're supposed to use at least 50 kilo of fertilizers, whether inorganic or organic, by 2025. But on average, the farmers, smallholder farmers, are using between 10 to 18 kilos, per hectare. Seed in COMESA, only 23% can access quality and improved seeds. Most of the farmers, they use recycled seeds. They use crop to produce another crop. So that makes the productivity to be very, very low. And then the other reason is that in COMESA countries, we have uncoordinated and weak markets. The farmers, when they are producing, they don't know where they're going to sell their products. So that is uncoordinated and needs to be coordinated. The third reason is a policy. There's a weak policy environment where you find that sometimes at regional level, you can come up with an agreement, but you find one country is trying to protect its industry. We have export bans, we have NTBs, market and price controls. And so these reasons are the major reason why we have all these issues. And this is why, when you look at the 21 COMESA member states, our population growth is between 3.5% per year, whereas our agricultural production is at 2%. So we have a low per capita food production. So our population is increasing, more than what we are producing in the COMESA member states. what can we do? I think it's key that we work together. We have the harmonization of the regulations in the agriculture sector, the standards, so that, right now when you look at the inputs, at the regional level, we are, companies are exporting between countries, between, say, Kenya, Uganda, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Egypt, about 600,000 metric tons of quality seeds. This is climate smart, varieties that are available right now through the companies where they can use new technologies like genomic editing. We can also use GMO has been safe for the last 30 years or so, but we're not using that technology. And then also for us to make sure that the agricultural productivity increases in the commercial member states, we're supposed at least to use 2 million metric tons of quality and improved seed. From my institution point of view, our role now has been to develop programs at a regional level that can enhance harmonization. So, for example, on inputs, we have the COMESA seed harmonization implementation program. This is making sure that the seeds, increases from the 600 metric tons, which is moving across, so it's quite low, to more than 2 million metric tons. And then we have also developed the COMESA fertilizer regional program. This is to make sure that the farmers have access both to inorganic and organic fertilizers. We have also developed the COMESA bioprotectants, program, so that farmers can use biopesticides, to access up in the European markets where chemicals are banned here and there. We have also developed the COMESA biotechnology and biosafety program, so that the issues of technologies of genomic editing, the use of GMO, which has been safe for the last 30 years, is being used. We have also developed the CEHA, the COMESA ESC Horticulture Accelerator, to make sure that we speed up the horticulture industry, which is roughly quite low.
Yeah, thank you, John. I'll still come back to you.
Yes.
I know you're talking about, you highlighted policy gaps as one of the issue affecting or bringing that variance. But again, I'm just wondering whether it has always been about policy. I think even you are highlighting policy and frameworks which are there. I tend to think probably is more than policy, it's about enforcement. How serious do we get at taking action or implementing all those policies that we develop? But I'm going to come back to you for a final wrap-up, because you see we are talking about agriculture, we are talking about food security, but I know our audience, we have also to mind their food security. We are standing in between them and their lunch. So I just want, I'll come back to you, but I just want to ask Deborah here, and as I come back to you, I'll still come back to you. I don't want you to exhaust that conversation about food. The more you talk about it, the more our stomachs start rumbling, rumbling, and lunch is just knocking. But I'll still come back to you. Deborah, it talks about policy gaps in so many areas, as also causing us that paradox between the imports, the food security, the heavy imports, vis-a-vis the potential that we have in the region. What are urgent actions and policy changes? I know you talk about policy changes, but sometimes we end up talking about change reforms even before attempting to implement the existing policy. But from where you sit, what do you think we need to do in order to enhance food security in COMESA region? So he's talked about the need of policy, highlighted some of those action and responses that are being proposed. But again, we're talking what are the urgent actions. So I just wanted you to tie it down from the private sector also with him, and I'll still get back to him. Yeah. Thank you.
Now that's a great question and often warrants a lengthy discussion. But in the interest of time, I'm going to keep this one brief. To enhance food security in COMESA, we do not need new declarations. We need decisive action, smart policy, and bold partnerships. The good news is we already know what works. The challenge now is doing it faster and at scale. First, government should create the right incentives for farmers and innovators to adopt these climate-smart practices and digital tools. Consider offering subsidies for climate-resilient seeds and sustainable inputs. Provide tax breaks and innovation grants for agri-tech startups. Invest in rural broadband and mobile connectivity so that even the most remote farmer is digitally included. Second, we've had many conversations about collaboration. Collaboration needs to be a default and not an exception. Public and private partnerships bringing together governments, companies, research institutions, and NGOs that can scale innovation and reach and enhance scale. At Bayer, for instance, we've seen that when private innovation meets public commitment, productivity and sustainability rise. Third, finance is the fuel of transformation. Smallholder farmers need credit and risk protection to invest confidently. We have a partnership, for example, with Pula Foundation on climate risk insurance. And this gives farmers a safety net to invest in better seed, fertilizers, and technology without fearing a total loss of drought. And last, regional integration is key, and we've talked about it before. COMESA countries must harmonize trade, seed certification, and market standards so that surplus production in one area can move freely across borders. A seed that is approved in one country should not be taking 2 years to be approved in another. So policy alignment is key. In short, supportive policies, catalytic partnerships, smart finance are the pillars, and when we align that, we will position Africa as a global agriculture powerhouse.
Thank you. You know, Deborah, sitting from where I sit, from the government, is always good whenever I listen to private sector saying government should. But let me flip the coin. What should the private sector do?
So private sector should no longer, we shouldn't see private sector as a passive participant. We need to be an active engaging with government in order to enhance. Agriculture is critical. Smallholder farmers produce 70% of food supply on the continent. So we can no longer rely on aid. Private sector and government must come together to unlock this critical food security issue. So moving from a passive role to a more active engagement with government.
Oh, well.
So we hope to be invited on that table.
That's more reassuring. Let's clap for her. It's more reassuring. But before I give a wrap-up opportunities to the remaining panelists, I want to hear from the audience for any questions, and you can direct it to a specific, to an individual panel. There's a hand over there. I want to take a ball. I can see already 3 hands up, that side, but they're all men. I'm wondering whether that plenary will be gender sensitive. Where are the ladies also? Any hand from a lady? Which side? Perfect. So let's begin from, I've seen 2 hands from ladies. So we have 5 questions. So push the mic there. Let's raise your hands again.
Please raise up your hands so that
raise up your hands.
See the microphone. How many questions are you taking?
I'm taking only 5.
5 questions. Have you identified
I saw they were, yes. Well, let's begin from there, from the other farther corner. There's a gentleman, you can just stand up over there. I can see you. So we have 3 men and 2 ladies from this side. and he was here. Okay, yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Oscar from the company Vetrasa. I'm here as a European buyer. It's really interesting to be here. Thank you once again for the invite. Yeah, I would like really to say, like, for the smallholders, to really push them to form cooperatives, because then they're not individuals anymore. Then they have much more negotiation power, so then they can start talking with trade delegations, banks, other private parties, joint buying, for example, fertilizers. But what struck me today was really interesting, and Ms. Deborah had some short words regarding this one, and it's about agriculture, about going to regenerative agriculture. So that is about giving back to the soil, and that makes production very healthy and valuable. And then you come also on the digitalization, because for example in Europe...
That sounds like a comment, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I wanted to say, like, the data is really important, so I would say really to invest in those practices, and I think Africa will grow really strong and fast. So
Thank you. Thank you. Next.
Thank you very much to you, Chairperson, and the panelists. My name is Deborah Mbati, and my question is on the issue of the seeds. There's this debate about our traditional ways of storing the seeds for the next season. And now it's like we are being moved to a situation where that process has been commercialized such that you can only see that's being produced somewhere and it cannot produce seeds for the next season. Please help us understand, like laymen, why can't we continue using our traditional seeds? Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel, and Jiwa, you'll note that down for you. Next, please.
Yes, how are you? The panel, everyone here, I'm Muhammad Sadiq Hussain, and my partner here is Sheikh Said from the county government. So mine is a question, is that if we come up with a system, are you guys ready to take it? And as I heard from you guys, there's a problem that you outlined, madam, that you want decisive actions and the program to be very fast, so that we can be able to implement it. So actually for our company, we've been to Tanzania, Uganda, part of Ethiopia. We've done like 34 trips, and we've faced a lot of challenges in terms of forex, trading. Like you can go the next day, dollar, the rates have already changed, so you end up losing like $200, $300 for your old truck, or there's a problem of price controlling. So we had a system that are you guys ready to take it from us, and so that we can benefit all of us as a nation, not just as personally or privately. We can collaborate, both private people and government people. We can work with the government officials everywhere, so that we can be able to benefit everyone in these nations.
Thank you. Dr. John Mukuka, kindly note that one. Note down. You didn't hear the question.
It's okay.
No, note it down. I will ask you, because it's about systems. And they are saying they are having challenges. For example, trading across border. And I have a question on that which I'll be asking you. So I just wanted to note down his question. So when we come to wrapping up, I will tie it up for you to respond on it. So let's have okay, there, and then we get the lady from this end. And they
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. My name is Joshua Bedem. I'm in the horticultural industry. And my question goes direct to, the lady's gone, I don't see her, Deborah. But I would like to ask the four gentlemen there. I've not heard of you talking about the indigenous crops which can be supplementing for the shortage which we have within our market. And also, I've heard one of you speaking much of the GMOs. The GMOs are also destroying our soil. How do we make our soil also healthy so that we can replace the GMOs and we go back to our indigenous crops to supplement for the GMO foods which are consumed in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you. Agriculture and the John still on the GMO. That one is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon all. My name is Eunice Mutua, and I'm the MD for Select Fresh Produce Kenya Limited and Twende Sokoni Africa. So my question goes to Dr. Daniel Jiwa and also Dr. Mukuka. Now that we are here together as sector members, please do share. I heard Dr. Mukuka was beginning to share an opportunity. Is it HEFA? Please highlight some of the opportunities you have for us SMEs. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Jel Liala, and my question goes, you only mentioned of youth, women, and MSME, but my question is, as a Gen Z investor and entrepreneur, how is COMESA supporting youth-led startups in accessing regional markets and financing, especially in technology, innovation, and digital trade? Thank you.
Thank you. All of you, I think, can take up, especially Agra. That question, Mushiri, you can also tackle it on financing. Then the last. But when I mention about youth and Gen Z, is it not the same thing? I was watching for them for financing. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Elizabeth Ritauma from the Ministry of Trade, Uganda. And I'll direct this to the Farmers Federation, and I'd like to hear from the private sector. One of the things that has come out clear is the homogeneity across the value chains in specifically the COMESA region. And I'm well aware that when it comes to policy, the private sector expects every country to protect it. So in Uganda, if we have the maize, the farmers want us to protect them. In Kenya, the same story. So what advice would you give to government on policy to see how we can leverage on the value chains across the region and not have but more of looking on building synergies, like one said earlier on. So I would really love to hear from private sector, though, so that our policies can reflect something that doesn't build competition across the region, but build on the synergies across. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So let's get down to the talks now, beginning with Dr. John Mukuka. You had two questions.
Did you capture that question?
Yes,
one of the opportunities. Yeah.
Can I answer the two questions?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, the first one is the use of recycled seeds or indigenous seeds. There is nothing wrong to use seeds. But if you want to go hungry or for home consumption, you can go for indigenous seeds. But if we include technology, for example, the genomic editor I was talking about, you can get a gene from indigenous seeds so that it's adaptable for a wider, commercial market. And our interaction with the East African Farmers Federation, where we had an order from China to export 49 million metric tons of soybeans. And you can.
These are just the ongoing session that has been dubbed Session 1 of Day 2 of the COMESA Summit. This is a business forum. All the policies and outcomes that are going to be discussed here by both public and private sector stakeholders are going to be presented to the heads of state in the course of this particular week. Remember, this has already been termed as the Nairobi Convention, so to speak, and some of the objectives is to identify steps to accelerate digital trade adoption and strengthen regulatory harmonization for investment promotion, as well as support free movement of business people and logistics information. The Nairobi Business Declaration 2025, the recommendations will be given, or rather handed over to the heads of state. That was a session that was chaired by none other than Susan Mangeni, that is a Principal Secretary in charge of State Department of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Development. There, some of the questions that have been raised is the issue of capital, especially where MSMEs are concerned. With private sector, they are calling for more commitments from financial institutions to have blended finance schemes that target MSMEs and SMEs. There's also a consensus to pilot corridors for digital trade facilitation, with stakeholders who are in the panel there making more emphasis on matters of value addition to make Kenya's products especially more competitive when it comes to matters trade. This is session 1. When we come back in the afternoon, we're going to be talking about issues of trade, digital transformation in logistics and movement of business person, as well as digitization of trade and investment promotion, an aspect that has already been cited there by the chief guest this morning, who was none other than the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki. We bring this to a close and hand you back to Broadcasting House for normal programming. We'll be back in the afternoon session. I'm Regina Manyara. I hand you over to Broadcasting House.
We are talking about a vehicle ownership. To many women, owning a car is all about convenience, safety, independence.
I think for me, car ownership is such a huge milestone because it is what we call, for most ladies, a big girl purchase. You've been working, you've put in effort, and finally you're committing to something that adds value to you as a woman in terms of independence.
When you are dealing with a lady coming to buy a car, and a man coming to buy a car, they are quite distinct. Now you wonder, what was she looking for?
Because she's looking for affordable and she's looking for something that is easy to maintain.
Yes. Now when you take her to that position,
yeah,
she comes out of it immediately and say, no, this is too small.
There are no limits to what we can achieve except those we place on our own thinking. Wow. So the moment you think it, you can have it.
Tunazungumzia katika mada tarbiyatul abinai, malezi ya watoto katika malezi ya Kiislamu salimu. Na wewe ni mchungu, utaulizwa na Allah yaum al-qiyama, uliwalea watoto katika malezi gani? Uliwalea na simu, uliwalea maziwa lala, ama ulimlea kumjua Mungu na Mtume Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam?
Na pia tupatiane watoto wetu majina mazuri. Mtoto mpe jina zuri ambalo litakuwa ni kiashiria cha tabia yake nzuri. Allah, 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 save me from myself. Hey, Friday night again.
Greetings in the name of the Most High, Jah Rastafari. My good name is Marley Moses, the positive warrior, alongside...
Yes, sir, DJ D-Rage, the baddest. Each and every Wednesday from 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1 TV.
Tunakuletea the biggest reggae party in 254 in a yard extra. Extra niceness of reggae music.
Extra dose of entertainment.
When the thing is nice, we
have to do it twice.
Tunatambulika kwa mandhari yetu ya kuvutia,
tamaduni zetu, ukarimu wetu, vyakula vyetu, uchapakazi,
na pia kwa sauti tofauti za watangazaji wetu waliobobea.
Libengo liko hapa aka upcoming sponsor. Bila shaka hapa ni kama PDG, ma deep state, pia vile cartels.
Tunaenzi talanta za pwani, tunakuza talanta za hapa kwetu nyumbani.
Tell a friend to tell a friend. Tuko mjengoni kama kawa na wanangu wengine wawili.
Usikose kutegea 103.1 Pwani FM, stesheni ambayo itakupa fursa ya kupata uhondo kamili wa pwani na kuleta Wakenya pamoja.
Pwani FM, tafrija ya kipwani.
Well, we're keeping a close eye, of course, on the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the 24th COMESA Summit that is currently ongoing. Today is day 2. You'll be hearing from our very own reporters what they have gathered so far since the morning, and as well as other stories that are currently making headlines at this hour. Good afternoon. My name is Abdiaziz Hashim. The sign language interpreter at the bottom end of the screen is Ann Wangeshi. And we start off with a session here where the government is mulling over incorporating student leaders, deans and students and campus chief security officers in county and sub-county security and intelligence committees to ensure that the concerns of students are heard and addressed at the earliest opportunity. The move, according to the Principal Secretary for Internal Security and National Administration, Dr. Raymond Omolo, is part of the government's broader plan to strengthen student participation in securing structures and creating awareness on the role of youth in promoting peace. Omolo, who spoke during the Jukwaa la Wasomi series at the University of Nairobi, additionally called for an urgent and deliberate conversation towards addressing the rising cases of gender-based violence, GBV, drug and substance abuse, among other teething challenges affecting students in institutions of higher learning.
And we continue to organize roundtable meetings between student leaders, the county security committees, so that then we are able to enhance youth, peace and security at the county level, but also across the country, as a means to fostering stronger partnerships between student leaders and security agencies. The prevalence of sexual and gender-based violence is at 36% or thereabout, which is quite significant. And to imagine or to think that we experience this in our institutions of higher learning, to me is like a wake-up call that something is completely gone amiss and we must find ways to deal with it.
The national government administrative officers in Kwale County have been put on notice over their alleged laxity in implementing the Nyota program, which targets youth empowerment across the country. This follows concerns raised by local leaders who claimed the officers were largely absent from youth-focused initiatives. Cabinet Secretary for Sports, Youth Affairs and the Creative Economy, Salim Voria, warned that the government will take action against any form of lethargy in executing the program.
Presiding over the launch, CS Mvurya responded to sentiments from Kwale leaders, stating that any officer found sabotaging national government projects will face dismissal.
Commissioner, you are the national coordinator on this matter. Kama kuna ofisa anazembea, just tell us, we will do the necessary. But we have given them an opportunity today to regroup and work with the leaders in this county.
Maofisa wote sometimes wanakuja Kwale ni kama dumping site, waje wafanye vitu zao na waondoke. Hii Kwale imebadilika. Mtu kama amekuja Kwale atufanyie kazi ya haki.
Ikiwa ni katibu mkuu, nitajivunia wakati tumerudi tena hapa na wakati mimi nimekaa katika kikao Nairobi, naona Kwale inang'ara pia.
While in West Pokot, Public Works PS Joel Arumunyang said the Nyota program is expected to help curb rampant insecurity. Speaking in Kapenguria during the Nyota sensitization program, he said it will be rolled out in remote areas, especially those affected by cattle rustling and banditry.
Issues were raised during the applications. The numbers that applied in every ward, they were actually good number. But during the entrepreneurship assessment aptitude test, very low turnout came out. Okay, the target was between 18 and 29, and those at the highest level of Form 4 and below.
Mimi ni beneficiary, mimi nilipata message ya you have been selected as Nyota project beneficiary for business support track. You will receive an SMS with more information for the DPS session. Na leo tumeelezwa kwa wenye wamekuwa selected na walipita kila kitu.
Nikipata hiyo pesa itanisaidia sana, ndaanza biashara kidogo.
Meanwhile in Mombasa, PS4 Transport Mohammed Dagar urged youth to embrace the Nyota program as a tool for job creation. He praised the initiative as transformative, noting its potential to address unemployment amid Kenya's growing youth population.
This is the most transformative and well thought out, as you are going to see from the presentation project, ever that can address the issue of the youth budget in this country. It covers all aspects. Not everybody needs to be employed. It's a program that will cover dropouts for the first time in this country.
Elsewhere in Nandi County, Immigration PS Belio Kipsang encouraged young people to take full advantage of the program, describing it a timely intervention for economic empowerment. John Jacob Curia, Lunchtime News.
Also, Prime Cabinet Secretary Dr. Musalia Mudavadi has said Kenya is committed to working closely with the United Nations and other key stakeholders to ensure a transparent, credible, free, fair and peaceful general election in 2027. Speaking when he met with Akinyemi Adebola, the East African Division's principal electoral advisor, who is also the United Nations Needs Assessment Mission team lead, and his delegation in Nairobi County, Mudavadi appreciated their mandate to objectively assess the political and electoral context and provide recommendations on the scope and modalities to support that particular venture. Now, Mudavadi assured the team that the government will not interfere with the operations of IEBC and instead give them full support to ensure that the polls are successful. The United Nations Need Assessment Mission delegation is in the country following the request by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. Still with matters to do with the electoral body, former Bunge la Mwananchi President Francis Owino has urged all the youth aged between 18 and above to come out in large numbers and register as voters during the ongoing IEBC registration exercise. Speaking at Minor Slam on the outskirts of Nyahururu, Owino also announced his intention to vie for the presidency in the upcoming 2027 general election. Echoing this sentiment, a local elder, Joseph Kiguru, called on the youth to resist being manipulated by politicians for their own political gain.
Wanasema sisi ndio wengi na tuko more than 20,000 votes. Naomba tuchukue kura ndio tuweze kuendelea pamoja na tuweze kusimamisha kijana wenyu asimame president, aweze kukomboa hii nchi na aweze kukomboa hii vile.
The President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Martha Koome, has called on Kenyans to rethink the meaning of development and the country works towards achieving the country's Vision 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goal SDGs. Speaking during this year's St. Paul's University Annual International Research Conference, the Chief Justice emphasized the need to confront contemporary challenges while responsibly preparing for the future. Further, she urged Kenyans to report any cases of corruption, including within the judiciary, noting that integrity remains central to achieving achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and Vision 2030.
To deal firmly with the issue of corruption, we have to strengthen our institutions and stop talking about weak institutions. We have also to build on public trust, which is diminishing. Kenyans no longer trust people who are supposed to be providers of service or caregivers or people given the responsibility of running the institutions. Consider systemic shocks from pandemics to climate extremes that test the state's capacity. Our Vision 2030 has situated our governance as a central pillar of development. The SDGs also echo this, recognizing peace, justice, and strong institutions as both an end and an enabler.
Residents of Juhudi, Salama and Widho areas in Lamu County are appealing for urgent government intervention following continued destruction of their crops by elephants. The residents say the wild animals have invaded their farms, leaving them with huge losses as areas of crops and were destroyed. Now they are now calling on the Kenya Wildlife Service and other relevant authorities to step in and address the human-wildlife conflict as well as compensate them for the damage caused by the elephants.
Tukiomba serikali na wahusika wote ambao wanahusika na wanyama wa pori, KWS waweze kuingilia kati, maana tumetafuta msaada na mpaka waleo hatujapata msaada. Kwa hivi ripoti ifikie wale walio katika ofisi za juu waweze kuhusika ili hawa ndovu waondolewe katika maeneo haya ya Juhudi, Salama, Widho na Marafa.
Watoto wetu hawawezi enda shule asubuhi na mapema kwa sababu ya ndovu. Ndovu wanapitia barabara kama wanadamu, kwa hivyo tuko kwenye hatari. Serikali itusaidie upande huu wa wanyama.
Kazi ambayo tumefanya kwa miaka hiyo yote inaishia chini. Sasa kitambo mnazi uweze kutoa tunda kama hili ni between 8 to 10 years. Sasa tumerudi nyuma kwa miaka kama ingine 9. Kitambo mtu apande mti ufike kiwango mahali umefika ndio uweze kuzaa matunda.
The Intergovernmental Authority on Development is seeking to better market structure and trade tariffs among its member states and healthy agricultural interventions to help fight hunger. The Agri-Food Investment Plan aims to turn the Kampala Agreement into reality to boost food production. Speaking in Mombasa County during an IGAD's regional preparatory meeting for Agri-Food System Investment Plan for the years 2026 to 2035, Sylvia Henga, policy and food security expert, called on member states to not only invest more in agriculture but to track how the investment improves the sector by creating food security.
We have been trying to push them through the CADAP, is a continental framework which we are under. So our RAIP was aligned to the Malabo Declaration, which was pushing that out of the national budget we could just get 10% and channel this 10% to agricultural interventions. So under agricultural interventions, it could be soil interventions, it could be the fertilizers, it could be water resource management, it could be the seed sector, development of the new varieties and those kind of things.
In January this year, heads of state from the African continent came together and endorsed another declaration which will lead the agricultural transformation agenda on the continent. And this declaration will be our guidance for the next decade of investment in agricultural transformation.
The Secretary to the Cabinet, Mercy Wanjau, has reaffirmed government's commitment to disability inclusion and equal access to education, presiding over the commissioning of a smart computer library at Machakos Technical Institute for the Blind. Wanjau said the facility is a milestone in bridging the digital divide for learners with visual impairments and aligns with the New Persons with Disability Act of 2025.
Secretary to the Cabinet of the Republic of Kenya.
The modern library is equipped with assistive technology, from desktop computers with screen readers to braille paper and talking calculators, tools that will open a world of knowledge to students who for years have struggled with limited resources. Secretary to the Cabinet Mercy Wanjau led the launch, calling the initiative a powerful step towards inclusivity in education and technology access.
Let us not only advocate for accessible technology and infrastructure, let us also work actively towards implementation of solutions that remove barriers and empower every Kenyan.
The project was made possible through collaboration between government and the Rotary Club of Kilimani Alfajiri, which has so far invested more than 2 million shillings in equipment.
So we identified a classroom and we have made that classroom our smart library, and now we can access that. So we are in the progress of uploading the necessary equipment, the necessary materials that needs to be given to our trainees.
Whatever support you need, all the partners and stakeholders are here today to make sure that the impact that you can have in this Republic of Kenya, you can achieve your fullest. And it's our commitment that when we move to phase 2 and to phase 3, our support will be here, not only Rotary support, but all the partners here to my right.
The Machakos Technical Institute for the Blind, the only technical training institute for the blind in the region, hopes to grow into a national polytechnic and a center of excellence for inclusive education.
I'm now pleading to the government, if we are getting anything for the special needs, they need to be remembered that here in Machakos, we have all the categories of special needs, and they need a lot of support.
I want to urge you to bring out your children so that they can get the best education which the county government and the national government can offer them. Where ukificha mtoto ako na disability, you are being unfair to that child because that child has no future.
Ben Chumba, Lunchtime News.
It is exactly 29 minutes past the hour. Let's take a short breather. When we come back, we'll be telling you more, including what is happening at KICC, especially when it comes to the 24th COMESA Summit. So don't go too far.
We are talking about a vehicle ownership. To many women, owning a car is all about convenience, safety, independence.
I think for me, car ownership is such a huge milestone because it is what we call, for most ladies, a big girl purchase. You've been working, you've put in effort, and finally you're committing to something that adds value to you as a woman in terms of independence.
When you are dealing with a lady coming to buy a car, and a man coming to buy a car, they are quite distinct. Now you wonder, what was she looking for?
Because she's looking for affordable and she's looking for something that is easy to maintain.
Yes. Now when you take her to that position,
yeah,
she comes out of it immediately and says, no, this is too small.
There are no limits to what we can achieve except those we place on our own thinking. Wow. So the moment you think it, you can have it.
Looking to advertise on KBC? KBC announcement services are now available on eCitizen. Visit kbc.ecitizen.go.ke and fill out the online application form. It's simple. 1. Complete the form. 2. Upload required documents. 3. Receive a quotation based on word count. And 4. Get notified via SMS when your announcement is ready. Please note, clearly indicate the type of announcement, service station, and all relevant details. 2. All applications must be made online only. Manual submissions will not be accepted. And 3. Announcements will air after news bulletins. For assistance, reach us on email ecitizen@kbc.co.ke or use our social media handles, Facebook, your Facebook account, and X at your X account. Or you can call us on 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124. KBC announcements. Simple, fast, and digital.
The world of governance is vast and can be alien to the ordinary man on the street.
Critical issues are going to be discussed.
From white papers to policy positions, it is easier to get lost in the labyrinth of words. Inside Government takes you to key global metropolis where critical decisions are made and where policies are crafted. We interview policymakers and senior government officials to highlight and enumerate government policies and projects. We take a deep dive into the underbelly of complex red tape to demystify policies across the country, across the world. Join me, O'Brien Kimani, on Inside Government, only on KBC Channel 1.
Want to enjoy free-to-air digital TV with crystal clear quality? Here's how to get started with Signet. Step 1. If you have a smart TV, you're good to go. Next, connect the aerial to your TV. Now, do an auto search on your TV. Just follow the prompts on the screen. And that's it. You're now tuned in to Signet. Sit back and enjoy a wide range of free-to-air digital channels. For technical inquiries, call the Signet hotline on 0770 572 656.
And as promised, I want to take you live to the Kenyatta International Convention Center. And of course, the 24th COMESA Summit enters day 2. And joining us is our very own Wairimu Njenga. Wairimu, good afternoon and good to see you. Kindly sum up what is happening at day 2 at the 24th COMESA Summit.
Thank you, Hashim. Yes, at KICC, we have been here since morning, and in the morning we had a session with business forum, and also right now we had a session on agriculture and MSMEs. And just to expand more on the SME sector, remember it's the backbone of Kenya's economy. Over 90% of businesses are in that sector, and employs over 80% of people, and we will see how we can contribute this, or rather the MSME can contribute to the economic growth of this country. Remember yesterday we had the first COMESA EU Horticulture Connect, which brought together buyers and horticulture and producers to the European Union to interact with small and medium-sized enterprises. And now I'm joined by the Principal Secretary for MSMEs, that is Susan Mangeni, to talk about how MSMEs are positioning themselves to take advantage of the COMESA EU Horticulture Connect initiative. CS Mangeni, if you can share with us some of the decisions that, or rather the conversation that was there yesterday in terms of EU COMESA Connect.
Well, I joined in today, but because I've been part of that conversation of EU and opportunities which are there, you know very well that Kenya signed the EU agreement, EPA agreement, sometime last year, which then gives us access to the EU markets. And where we have opportunities is in our agricultural value chain. So this presents opportunities, especially to MSME sector, to globalize our national value chain in our agricultural space. You know very well our economy is heavily agricultural. However, what we've been trading at the global market has been heavily raw materials. So this doesn't give us much value that we require to create more jobs and generate more value to our economy. In the COMESA region, of which Kenya is part of it, is that agriculture contributes about 40% to our GDP, and of course contributes to most jobs that we have in our economies. Unfortunately, most of those jobs are not secure and are not sustainable. So if you're looking at our infrastructural outlook, where we still have lots of challenges, but at the same time, we want to look at where are we on technology spread, and this is how we are saying there's so much that we can achieve by leveraging on digitization, on digital technology to expand the space and create more opportunities for our young people. And you know, when we talk about Africa and more so MSME, the first question that comes, who is that MSME? MSMEs are young people because the population is very young. more than almost 70% of Africa's population constitutes persons below age of 35. And the average age of an African, especially within the COMESA region, is about 17 years. So we are talking about young people. But we also appreciate the fact that young people are technology savvy. So now we are dealing with the nexus between technology and getting more young people, crowding more young people into agricultural sector. So that's why now the conversation that we've had here, the high-level conversation on how do we transform Africa, how do we increase adaptability into agricultural system, how do we ensure that our farmers, especially smallholder farmers who are MSMEs and who are majority in our economies within the COMESA region, can have access to affordable credit, can have access to improved seeds, and also how do we then also manage the post-harvest losses that most of the time affect. So we're discussing opportunities that are emerging in the digital space right now and see how do we make agriculture become more attractive to our young people. But again also there is also a question that we've been handling, the paradox between food security in Africa and as well as the agricultural production potential. So you can see we still are very heavy dependent on imports in terms of basic foods. But at the same time, we also now seeing as increasing yields. For example, maize, we produce, the yields around the maize production has really increased. But then you want to ask yourself, why is other corners of COMESA region still going hungry when in one part you are having oversurpluses, sometimes which go to waste? So those are the conversation, and they are now bordering on the policies, maybe the kind of policies that we need to put in place. How do we strengthen the regional frameworks that can address the supply side constraints? How do we make sure that the private sector works closely with the public sector in coming up with interventions that can target to build the capacity and the capability of our smallholder farmers, as well as also ensuring that we correct various market failures in the market that make it difficult for MSME to access affordable credit as well as accessing sustainable market.
What came out also there was Africa is battling with rising food import bill, yet we are seeing a lot of, as you put it, policy alignment. There's need for also bold partnership. What other digital innovations from where you sit that can be employed to ensure that we reduce the import bill?
I think for me, that's very critical because, again, how do we harmonize all these systems across the COMESA member states? Because in one part of COMESA, in one member state, you find us really advocating and agitating for protectionism. We want to protect our value chain. But on the other part, we're also saying we want to see how do we improve the cross-border trade. How do we take to another level the intra-Africa trade? So it's a question that requires a very high level intervention, engagement, and political goodwill, so that we agree that there's no way one member state or one entity can get it right. And you cannot have sufficiency you alone. We come into this regional framework and integration so that collectively we can achieve prosperity by meeting the deficit, depending on our partners within other member states to help us meet our deficit. So it's a question, and it requires a bit of harmonization just to make sure that we can trade more with each other, we can depend more, because it is true that paradox is there of imports, which is affecting food insecurity. But when that happens, one corner of COMESA region is experiencing bumper harvest, another corner of COMESA region is zero. So then it's a question, how do we harmonize, how do we regularize? So that's the conversation that tomorrow the COMESA Heads of State Summit will be also tackling.
And now I want to bring in Benjamin Tito, who is the Director, Agriculture and Food Authority, as we look at the centralized data system that the panel session was talking about. Maybe you can share with us, how can data gathering for farmers be incorporated into the agriculture for productivity?
Thank you for your question, and it is important to take note that we've not been able to digitalize our data for the longest time. And up to the year 2022, we only had about 300,000 farmers that were registered. Today, as we speak, we are in excess of 6.7 million farmers that are already registered. And what this means then is it is a little bit easier for the government to be able to plan on government incentives and other things that the government can be able to do, including fertilizer subsidies, seed, and also mapping out areas where different crops can be grown. And all this has been enabled by the digitalization process that has already, this government has taken into keen interest to be able to look at ways in which we can be able to have all value chain players mapped and the respective roles that they do play. So it is quite important to take note of once we have the e-voucher registration system, we've been able now to get full benefits because farmers are known where they are, the crops that they are doing, the acreages that they are doing, and it is now a little bit easier to be able to centrally map farmers and give them support that they need.
Okay, what's the future of African agriculture? Does it lie in traditional methods or in smart technologies?
It is technologies, because when we look at the technological advancements of what is needed, let's even start from the cold chain infrastructure management, use of modern seed, use of drone technologies in doing surveillance and the rest, because today agriculture is becoming digital and we have to employ these platforms that are able to give resilience and also able to give results that are very accurate. You remember in the olden days when we used to do knapsack sprayers for spraying. Today the same can be achieved through precision agriculture, where we can use drones to be able to militarily point where the pests are in terms of scouting and administer the correct dosage. And what that means then is an advantage in terms of saving cost for the inputs that we are using and also saving on the requirements for this. Remember, we have to keep our environments clean, and what this means is then we have less wastage of pesticide residues.
Thank you, sir. Time is not on our side, so but I can bring in the lady here. She can share with us her name, and you can share with us some of the...
Well, of course, that is our very own Wairi Munjenga, just talking to the key stakeholders, including our Principal Secretary, in terms of what this summit has achieved today and what it will achieve in the next following days, given that their declaration will be presented before the heads of state who are converging on Thursday exactly. And, of course, that is when President William Ruto, of course, will be conferred the chairmanship role of the COMESA group, and will be keeping tabs on what will be happening. Keep an eye on our website, especially at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest on the summit. Elsewhere, Kenya is pushing for adoption of digital trade systems across the common market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, as it assumes office or to chair the regional bloc. Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki says adoption of technology is key in enhancing intra-bloc trade that currently stands at 15%. Professor Kindiki says by automating documentation, payments and logistics, COMESA will reduce trade transaction cost by at least 30%.
Kenya will leverage this role to champion a new era of regional integration that uses digitalization to deepen value chains for sustainable and inclusive growth, to actualize the theme of this forum. This theme resonates powerfully with Kenya's aspiration for radical national transformation, primarily focused on boosting intra-regional trade and economic integration within COMESA member states. The theme is a direct response to the persistent challenge of low intra-Africa trade, which is at a disappointing 17%.
COMESA is one of Kenya's key markets and a significant source of raw materials. Overall, Africa accounts about 42% of Kenya's export market. COMESA makes up 11% of this. behind the East African community, which makes up 30%, and the rest of Africa at just 1%. It's worth noting that all EAC members, except one, are also members of COMESA, making both regional blocs vital to Kenya's economy. This highlights the need for us to strengthen our ability to source goods from within COMESA. By increasing the current 11% sourcing from African markets, we can significantly boost intra-COMESA trade.
Smart border systems and interoperable custom networks have been termed as efficient in curbing fraud, stemming smuggling, and also easing cargo transport. Bottom line is that the adoption of electronic trade facilitation has been termed a game changer in reducing trade costs by at least 20 to 30%. These are just some of the take-homes of Day 2 of the ongoing COMESA Summit that is currently underway from Nairobi. This is the Nairobi chapter at the KICC on a day that has been dubbed the Business Forum. I'm Regina Manyara reporting for KBC Channel 1.
Thank you, Regina, for that particular update. Note that our reporters are keeping tabs on this summit and they'll be bringing you latest in our subsequent bulletins. Now, elsewhere, Kenya Power has reported 24.47 billion shillings in full-year net profit, which is down 18.7% from 30.08 billion recorded in the previous year. The company attributes a lower profit to lower electricity tariffs, reduced foreign exchange recoveries, and a higher finance cost linked to currency stabilization. Despite the reduced profit, Kenya Power has proposed a final dividend payout of 80 cents per share. Here is Nduta Mukami with the details.
Revenue from electricity sales fell to 219.2 billion shillings from 231.12 billion shillings the year before, following tariff adjustments aimed at easing consumer costs. However, low power purchase costs, which dropped nearly by 5.9 billion shillings, cushioned the decline, supported by the strengthening of the Kenya shilling against major currencies. The company's operating expenses reduced by 3.86 billion shillings due to improved efficiency and lower provisions for credit losses.
The base tariff is coming down, and that is why even we sell more, but still the revenue you get is less. But this is really just to show the impact of the government's commitment in terms of reducing the cost of electricity, which is manifested in this particular way.
The utility firm incurred 4.72 billion shillings in finance costs, reversing last year's gains of 683 million shillings after the local currency stabilized, which reduced unrealized exchange gains.
Last year we had a gain, an unrealized forex gain of 7.8 billion shillings. We did not have that this year. This year actually we had a forex loss of about 790 million shillings. And so on a comparative basis, then we did not benefit from the forex gain on the finance cost as at last year. And that is the significant impact in terms of the difference in the profit before tax.
Kenya Power says it plans to focus on modernizing the national grid, accelerating customer connections, and driving digital transformation to improve reliability and reduce losses. Kenya Power has recommended a final dividend of 80 cents per share, which is an addition to the 20 cents per share in interim dividend already paid to shareholders.
During this year, the board approved a payment of an interim dividend of 20 cents per share, and the board recommends a payment of a final dividend of 80 cents per share for the financial year 2024-2025. That comes to a total of 1 shilling declared as dividend.
Nduta Mukami for Lunchtime News.
Here's the latest in the world of sports. Kenya will make their historic debut in the cycling competition at the upcoming Summer Deaflympics in Tokyo, Japan. Now, 33-year-old Brenda Bwire will become the first ever Kenyan cyclist to compete at the Deaflympic Games alongside compatriot Simon Njoroge. The pair earned their sports after winning the national trials in Nairobi this August. Bwire, who began cycling at 14 years of age in Mombasa County, says it is a dream come true to represent her country, and she's hoping to make it to the podium. She boasts of a gold medal in the 2021 Triathlon Championship in Turkey. Head coach Steve Odongo has praised the government support and as the team prepares to give their best performance in the upcoming games. The Summer Deaf Olympics will run from the 15th to the 26th of November in Tokyo. Team Kenya won a total of 5 gold medals, 7 silvers and 12 bronze medals in the 2021 Deaf Olympic Games in Brazil.
In Japan, when I came in first, I've always trained and I'm continuing to train. We are going into camp to train for the Deaf Olympics. I'll continue to train until when we go to Japan.
Now the Shujaa and Moran's Rugby 7 squad to the forthcoming Safari Sevens have been revealed ahead of the tournament schedule to start this Friday through the 10th of October at the Nyayo Stadium. Now in Nairobi County, the head coach, that is Kevin Bling Wambua, has named the squads for the 2 sides that will represent Kenya in the men's category that has also attracted 12 teams. Defending champions Shujaa will be led by co-captains George Oro and Samuel Asati, while Morans will be captained by John Okoth. The Shujaa team is composed of the Kenya Sevens team, regulars among them Kevin Wekesa, Vincent Onyala, Dennis Abukuse, Nyengei Amatisa and Patrick Odongo. The Morans Kenyan secondary team in the tournament is made of largely freshmen eager to impress on the national stage. They include, among others, Clinton Amukachi, Daniel Kipchirchir, Raven Mbale, who look forward to make their mark. And now that concludes our update. Now you're up to date with whatever happening here in the country and beyond our borders. My name is Abdiaziz Asham. The sign language interpreter at the bottom end of the screen is Ann Wangeshi. Stay tuned.
Want to enjoy free-to-air digital TV with crystal clear quality? Here's how to get started with Signet. Step 1. If you have a smart TV, you're good to go. Next, connect the aerial to your TV. Now, do an auto search on your TV. Just follow the prompts on the screen. And that's it. You're now tuned in to Signet. Sit back and enjoy a wide range of free-to-air digital channels. For technical inquiries, call the Signet hotline on 0770 572 656.
It's art, it's culture, it's fun, it's attitude.
As you can see with me, I have this handkerchief. And is it really a handkerchief or is it?
My name is Kevin Kasioki. Please join me each and every Friday at 8 p.m. only on KBC Channel 1.
It is that day of the week where we get to recap all the events that went down over the weekend. How are you doing?
That's what's up. Welcome to the biggest, the baddest entertainment show right here in the 254, man. Brand new month, brand new week, good vibes. I hope you guys are ready for tonight.
Yes, they should be ready because we have a beautiful, beautiful show lined up for you. But before we even get into that, there's a conversation that has been ongoing. People are using the hashtag Justice for Iyani. And the complaint is that Iyani has the biggest song in the country at the moment. And this year alone, he has given us 2 big songs. Lakini hatumuoni akiwa booked kwa festivals. Why is that the case?
Miss V, I would like to answer it this way. You know, we don't like talking about our accolades. We don't like to big up ourselves. Kusema tu like, you know, I'm the most confident guy out here, yeah? Because tunaogopa tukisema hivyo maybe we'll make the other guy feel bad. But the thing is this, mimi niko na beshte wangu mwenye nikimwambia you know I'm the baddest. Wanga ananiambia yeah, you're the baddest.
Yeah.
But again, if you say that in the same room, kuna wase wengine watakuwa zile za, excuse me?
Yeah.
Like, they
You're
don't
too full
believe.
of yourself.
Exactly. But now my thing is this, yeah? Iyani has the best supporting fans. You see, these guys went out of their way just to support Iyani and, you know, contacting, approaching the relevant authorities, the producers, the promoters to support Iyani. Iyani has been there for a minute, dropping songs after songs. So this is the right time, yeah? Whether to support Iyani, man.
Yeah, let's support Iyani. He's one of the best we have in the 254, honestly. But anyway, we'd love to know what you feel or what you think about that conversation. You can find us on social media at Jack Muller, at Vivian Dego, and at KBC Channel 1. How about we get this show on the road? Do you know what this right here is?
Grapevine, baby.
What you gotta do? Now let's start off with this particular event that was majorly for the millennials. If you're a millennial, you are definitely gonna enjoy this one. It was dubbed a 2000s Kenyan music experience, culture it was. And it was all about music that hit the right spot back in the days. Back in the year 2000s, these are the songs that were blasting, you know, our airplays. And we are talking about the likes of people like Kalamashaka. Yes, we're talking about Kalamashaka. We're talking about Mr. Lenny. We're talking about Nameless. We're talking about Prezo. We're talking about Necessary Noise. I mean, any person that you know of that gave us good music back in the days, they were present for this event. And I don't want to do too much of the talking. How about we head straight to Carnival and get to experience the 2000s music.
It was a night of pure nostalgia, rhythm, and Kenyan pride as music lovers gathered at the Carnival grounds for culture, the 2000s KE music throwback experience. A celebration that brought together the artists, the sounds, and the memories that shaped an entire generation of Kenyan music. This was the birth of Genge, Kapuka, and Kenyan hip-hop, sounds that give local artists a voice and give Kenyans a reason to dance to their own stories.
Unajua hiyo time hatukuwa na avenues mob za kupush ngoma, so ilikuwa lazima ugo hard kwa studio, kwa sababu ile chance yote unapata kusikika lazima uitumie vizuri, kama ni ma3, kama ni kwa club. Unaona hizo tema kuko na Facebook, kuko na nini. So ilikuwa lazima juu go hard. But at that time sisi tulikuwa tunifanya tukakuwa roho zetu, not knowing itakuja kusaidia huku mbele. But yani the moment tunafanya kitu kutoka kwa roho yako, kila kitu tutakuwa set.
I think it was genuine music, na kwa time music ilikuwa pena evolved into what you know, the real hip hop. Na wase wengi walikuwa kwanza ilikuwa kuna resistance, lakini after some time, after we started dropping more and more songs, watu wakaanza ku understand hip hop more. So I think that's why tulikuwa kuna hiyo challenge ya tujiprove kwanza alafu ndio tuonekane tuna make sense. So I think that energy then it turned those songs into diamonds. Unajua vile watu semanga diamonds are made under pressure.
It was the era of studio giants like Ogopa DJs and Caliph Records, labels that turned dreams into anthems and stars into legends. And this weekend, that golden sound came back to life in a big way. At Carnival, the stage transformed into a time machine, taking fans back to the days when music videos played on Channel O and every matatu was a moving disco. Hip-hop trailblazers Kalamashaka, Kleptomaniacs and Big Pen brought their raw authenticity back to the stage, their rhymes echoing the streets that raised them. And when Necessary Noise, the legendary duo of Waire and Nazizi reunited, it was pure magic. Their blend of reggae, hip-hop and soul reminded everyone why their music became a movement on its own. The decks were in safe hands with the pioneers who shaped the Kenyan sound, DJ John Rabah, DJ Pinye and DJ Nijo, serving hit after hit, keeping the vibe alive from afternoon till late night. The event wasn't just about music, it was about memory. It reminded everyone of where Kenyan music has come from, the struggle for airplay, the rise of local FM stations, and the powerful moment when Kenyan hits began topping charts. By the time the lights dimmed close to midnight, the message was clear. The sound of the 2000s still lives on.
Mazena appreciate sana na asanteni kwa kungoja na niko na mazuri for you. Kuna AI ya Bus Intelligence, the album ina drop soon, so watch out for that. Ni stima sana.
It's a vibe. It's a vibe. Oh my God, all the artists like Wahoo, amazing. It brought me to the little, like, I was so young and I was listening to Yahoo, Wahoo, yeah? So amazing. So amazing.
Culture 2025 is the best thing that we ever had for us, the millennials. And even that, above that, the millennials above that. And, we've had everything. We've had Joakali, we've had Prezo, we've had Nyashinsky, we've had Wahoo, we've had Muthoni Bwika, we've had Sarapeitande. It's really, really good.
Experience yangu imekuwa amazing. Jueni mambo ya culture. So napata wenye mekama hapa millennials, wamepromote pia culture. Cheki ngoma zinachezwa pia ni ma throwback.
Hope you guys enjoyed throwback experience, man. Enyewe, those were the days, yani, eh? But again, I'm not saying that, saizi hakuna mziki hapana, but it is what it is anyway, yeah? Now, from Carnival Restaurant, we head straight to Goethe Institute, right here in the 254, where the one and only Checkmate Mido blessed us with a 2 hours live performance of his brand new album dubbed Hua. Let's check it out.
Time ni sasa min kofiti ko stay. If nothing lasts forever, can we enjoy today?
At the Goethe Institute, Checkmate Mido lit up the stage with a thrilling 2-hour showcase.
Fikiria sana, usifikirie sana. To paint memories, the last vile unataka. Hakuna interview, kazi ulishaipata. Love triangle, me when I see, ujai wacha.
Draped in elegant African attire, he stepped out like a modern-day Groot, ready to tell his story.
Knowing what you've already lost can remind you how love looks like.
How love looks like.
Let me remind you how love looks like.
The night was a celebration of his brand new album, Ua, with songs like High and Meta Meta shining as crown jewels of the set.
Skanking sweet, everybody wanna feel Irene. Forget your troubles and rock with me. When you feel the reggae music sweet, yeah, yeah.
The crowd didn't just listen, they journeyed with him, lifted higher with every chorus and grounded deep in every groove with every beat.
New dawn, new life, new beginning.
From beatboxing to rap and song, Checkmate wove it all into one seamless sonic journey, surprising, dynamic, alive. This wasn't just a performance, it was an ascension.
Everybody wanna feel Irene. Forget your troubles and rock with me. When you feel the reggae music sweet, yeah, yeah.
The artist is really, really good. I think he's very diverse and he has a real African feel. But at the same time, it inspires me a bit like Lauryn Hill, that kind of music, like a bit of hip hop. But he combines it, he puts it in an African flavor. And also the lady, I mean, the two of them, the combined, is just smashing.
Yes, it was very great, really. I heard it the first time and it was very nice. Mm-hmm. And the drums and guitars, the singers, yeah.
This was the right time to do the performance because the album is still fresh, the album is still out there, it's still new. And we wanted to use this as a way to drive more attention to the album. We want to do a proper tour of it. So we're looking at Uganda, playing Nairobi again, but Uganda, Rwanda, and just different parts of the continent as well. So that's the plan for next year, maybe, God willing.
Such a versatile musician. I mean, what can't he do? He's beatboxing, he's rapping, he's singing. Mashallah.
Mashallah. Right about now, we're taking a break. Feel free, like a boss, to catch us on our social media handles at Jack Muller, at Vivian Degwa, and of course, at KBC Channel 1.
See you in a bit.
What you gotta do? Kusho uendi kwa Big Mama.
Kuna nyinyi hapa mpaka jioni.
Sawa basi.
Unajua ni customer wangu wa daily. Usiingilie biashara yangu. Sawa?
Daktari!
Nakuja saa hii.
Ni nini?
Daktari harakisha si ukuje. Maskini mtoto wa watu. Akisiku alifanyiwa mambo jamini.
Hakuna mwingine leo nifasi. Ni George Matilda. Oh.
Elijah wewe.
Amla balala.
We are talking about a vehicle ownership. To many women, owning a car is all about convenience, safety, independence.
I think for me, car ownership is such a huge milestone because it is what we call, for most ladies, a big girl purchase. You've been working, you've put in effort, and finally you're committing to something that adds value to you as a woman in terms of independence.
When you are dealing with a lady coming to buy a car and a man coming to buy a car, they are quite distinct. Now you wonder, what was she looking for?
Because she's looking for affordable and she's looking for something that is easy to maintain.
Yes. Now when you take her to that position, she comes out of it immediately and say, no, this is too small.
There are no limits to what we can achieve except those we place on our own thinking. Wow. So the moment you think it, you can have it.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. In case you're just joining us, you have missed quite a bit, but you're not too late to the party. We still have so much in store for you. This is Grapevine. Now allow me to take you to this event that is one of the most well-organized events that happens in this country. I am talking about Concours d'Elegance. Yes, this is the biggest East African motor show, and it is more than just a motor show. It is a celebration of classic cars. It is a celebration of vintage automobiles. And this time round, they did it a bit differently. There was the showcase of the cars part, and then we had a runway. Yes, there was fashion involved as well. And after that, there was the entertainment bit, celebration of music. I mean, it was a whole concoction of just good vibes and good things happening. Let's check it out.
Ngong Rescos came alive last weekend as the annual Concours d'Elegance unfolded its signature blend of heritage, style, and motoring prestige. Since its inception, Concours has grown into East Africa's most celebrated showcase of classic and vintage automobiles. And this year's edition was nothing short of spectacular. The lawns glittered with an impressive lineup of vehicles, each polished to perfection. From gleaming saloons of a bygone era to rare convertibles and timeless motorbikes, every machine on display carried with it a story of passion, patience, and restoration. For many collectors, Concours is not just about showing off. It is about preserving history. Every shine of chrome and every row of an engine represented decades of craftsmanship, dedication, and a love for machines that never fades with time. On the judging front, the stakes were high. Condition, originality, and authenticity were the key measures, with judges examining each curve, stitch, and detail. Owners who have poured years into bringing these classics back to life had their moment of pride, presenting vehicles that stood as works of art on wheels.
But Concours has always been more than just a competition. It is a lifestyle showcase. Families strolled across the racecourse lawns, friends gathered to celebrate, and stylish guests turned the event into a runway of fashion and flair. The energy was vibrant, the conversations warm, and the atmosphere unmistakably one of celebration. Beyond the glamour, the event stood as a reminder of heritage. For many, Concours is about passing down stories of cars that have seen generations, of bikes that have been lovingly rebuilt, and of traditions that continue to unite motoring communities across borders. As the sun dipped over Ngong Racecourse, one thing was clear. Concours d'Elegance is more than an annual event. It is a tradition, a gathering that celebrates not only machines, but also culture, history, and the spirit of elegance that never goes out of style. And year after year, it continues to hold its crown as East Africa's premier motoring spectacle, where heritage meets horsepower and elegance forever takes center stage.
Away from that, man, on our Musically Speaking tonight, we feature a dynamic performing artist, man, a beatboxer. I'm talking about Mido. We had a meaningful conversation with him where he talked about his brand new album dubbed Hua. Let's check it out.
Skies, you're on a wish to call home. You keep much of a sky, hold on. And I aim not in case I sleep or when the clouds.
My name is Checkmate Mido. I'm a musician, producer, and educator. In terms of music, I perform music, I produce music, and I also teach music. I wouldn't say I have a fixed genre. What I can say is hip-hop is my main influence. So I began as a hip-hop artist, as a rapper. That's where even the name Checkmate comes from. But from hip-hop, now I moved into exploring other elements of music, other aspects of performance, you know, and diving into African music as well, learning about percussion, so incorporating that now into the hip-hop that I do. So if I had to put an umbrella under the work that I do, I would say it's hip-hop. But if you were to ask me now on an artistic perspective, I would say it's Kenyan hip-hop, African hip-hop, Kenyan jazz, Kenyan reggae, like it's a mix of a lot of things.
Tired bones, breaking heart, heavy thoughts on weary arms.
Ua, it means just the Swahili word. It's like the Swahili word which means the flower. And I wanted to call the album Ua and not Maua because I like the idea of Ua because Ua in Swahili has two meanings. So it could be a flower and it could also be to kill. So I looked at it as a metaphor in terms of to kind of get, because I started working on it after COVID. And COVID for me was like a time of change and shifting from the old me, or rather the old way of doing things, and finding a new way of doing things. So Ua is just a symbol of that, a symbol of love, a symbol of joy, a symbol of experience, you know, because age is also beautiful. So that's what Ua is about. The album at the moment.
Dawn, new life, new beginning. Siku njema julikana, naomba kupana juu chini.
Sunny days and my heart is breaking.
Jana ilipita na ikaenda kuvunjika, ndio kupenda sio lazima, lakini ikija nafasi ya
High was about just the joy of life, you know, just the joy of being alive. And it's not about drugs or drug abuse. It's just about being, like how you can be so happy to be in the presence of, somebody whose company you enjoy. You feel high, So High was just, it's a celebration. It's a song that I really love to play and to sing, and it was fun working on it. So the album also has a song called Meta Meta, which I dedicated it to my 13-year-old daughter. And for me, the tricky thing is that those 13 years just flew by, like you don't really think about it. But ever since she was born, I always wanted to write a song for her. I didn't know what the song would be. It took me a while to find it. I think by the time I was writing Meta Meta, she was already 10 years old, and it's such a beautiful song. I've played it for her so many times. She enjoys listening to it, and it really warms my heart to be able to share it now with audiences, and with the public as well.
Skanking sweet, everybody wanna feel Irene. Forget your troubles and rock with me. When you feel the reggae music sweet, yeah.
I've had the privilege to perform in quite a number of countries, on the continent and also in Europe. And the reception is amazing. The reception is beautiful. Just for me, I think the biggest thing, especially on the continent, is just how many countries understand Swahili. You would be shocked at how many African countries understand and can speak Kiswahili. So it was such a blessing to play for all these different places, in all these different places, and to see people connect to the music. It just shows me that what we do has meaning here and it has value.
Say ya 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 ya, you say wa wa wo oh oh. When I say ya 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 ya, you say wa wa wo oh.
The future plans, what the future holds for me, the future sees me playing on those big stages, because the plan is always, you just want to get your work as an artist to as many people as possible. So, I think to people who are seeing this interview, they go and check out the music. The next time they see a poster, they come for it. Because the idea is to get on as many stages as possible. Hopefully do a tour for this album and then release more music, and then we'll see what the future holds from there.
We've come to the end of the show. Thank you so much to each and every one of you who has been tuning in. You know what they say, if you did not see it on Grapevine,
it most probably never happened. Adios.
Adios.
Tunatambulika kwa mandhari yetu ya kuvutia,
tamaduni zetu, ukarimu wetu, vyakula vyetu, uchapakazi,
na pia kwa sauti tofauti za watangazaji wetu waliobobea.
Libengo liko hapa aka upcoming sponsor. Bila shaka hapa ni kama Pedeshe, ma Deep State, pia vile Cartels.
Tunaenzi talanta za pwani, tunakuza talanta za hapa kwetu nyumbani.
Tell a friend to tell a friend. Tuko mjengoni kama kawa na wanangu wengine wawili.
Usikose kutegea 103.1 Pwani FM, stesheni ambayo itakupa fursa ya kupata uhondo kamili wa pwani na kuleta Wakenya pamoja.
Pwani FM, tafrija kipwani.
Kusho wendi kwa Big Mama.
Kuna nyinyi hapa mpaka jioni.
Sawa basi.
Unajua ni customer wangu wa daily. Usiingilie biashara yangu. Sawa eh?
Daktari!
Nakuja saa hii.
Ni nini?
Daktari harakisha si ukuje. Maskini mtoto wa watu. Akisiku alifanyiwa mambo jamini.
Hakuna mwingine leo nafasi. Ni George Madinda. Oh.
Elijah wewe.
Amlavalala.
Wakita wengine
Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the officers of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Sergeant at Arms, ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
Good afternoon and welcome to KBC Channel 1 in conjunction with Parliament Broadcasting. Today on the order paper, a question is going to be put on the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill. The bill is sponsored by the Leader of the Majority and that the House do agrees with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the virtual...
Now that Honorable Chalango has arrived. Okay. Yes. First order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42.1, I wish to report to the House that I have received a message from His Excellency the President regarding the nomination of the person for appointment as member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. In the message, honorable members, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of the powers conferred by provisions of Article 232B of the Constitution and Section 710 of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act, Cap 412D, and Sections 3 and 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, he has nominated the Honorable Engineer Michael Thoya Kingi for appointment as a representative of the Public Service Commission to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. The President now seeks the approval of the nominee by the House pursuant to Article 252B of the Constitution. Honorable members, Standing Order 45 provides that upon receipt of the notification of nomination for appointment, such nomination shall stand committed to the relevant departmental committee for consideration. In this regard, I hereby refer the message from His Excellency the President, together with the curriculum vitae and other testimonials of the nominee, to the Departmental Committee on Labour for consideration. Honourable members, it is important to note that whereas Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, requires the committee to which such nomination is referred to consider the matter and table the report to the House within 28 days, Section 711 of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act, Cap 412D, provides for a shorter period, being 14 days. In this regard, the committee is expected to undertake the approval hearings and submit its report within the timeline of 14 days as provided by the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act, Cap 412D. Honourable members, conscious of the fact that the 14th day falls within the period when the House will be on short recess, I direct the counting of the days ceases during the recess period and resumes when the House first sits after recess. To this end, the committee is expected to immediately commence the approval process, notify the nominee and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearing. Thereafter, upon conclusion of the approval hearing, the committee should table its report on Tuesday, 4th November 2025, to enable the House to consider the matter within the prescribed statutory timeline. Thank you, honourable members. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Honourable Owen, on behalf of Majority Leader, give me a minute to recognize the schools that are present, because they might have to leave earlier than their time. Members on your feet. Okay, I'll give you a minute to get to your seats. Honourable members on your feet, you can make your way to your seats. Honourable members, I wish to recognize the following schools who are seated in the public gallery: Olkiraine Secondary School, from Narok South constituency, Narok County. We also have Christ the King Catholic Parochial from Embakasi East constituency, Nairobi County. We also have, seated in the public gallery, Ryan Academy from Kamkunji constituency, Nairobi County. And seated in the speaker's gallery, we have Bishop Mohan Teachers Training College from Turkana Central constituency, Turkana County. We also have seated in the speaker's gallery, the Kenya Network of Cancer Organization from Starehe constituency, Nairobi County. On behalf of the substantive speaker and the entire National Assembly, we welcome you to the National Assembly. Thank you. Honorable Owen, you may proceed on behalf of Majority Leader to present your papers.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And on behalf of the members of Parliament, I want to welcome all the guests, the schools, and all the other guests into this honorable house. You're most welcome. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, October 7th, 2025. 1. The Annual Public Debt Management Report for Financial Year 2024-2025 from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. 2. Report to Parliament on all new loans contracted by the government from 1st May 2025 to 31st August 2025 from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. I hope the Honorable Oundo, Dr. Oundo, will look for this document and read it, because I know he's one person who loves reading. 3. Annual report of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IBC, for the period ended 30th June 2025. Honorable Speaker, as I lay this paper, I would like to draw the attention of the members to the first two reports, Honorable Speaker, because many times we lay these reports and the members may not actually follow, but these are very important reports. The Annual Public Debt Management Report, very key report that members of Parliament need to acquaint themselves with, and the report to Parliament on all new loans contracted by government from 1st May 2025 to 31st August 2025, so that when we contribute to debate, we are well aware of the contents of new loans and public debt, so that you don't go to a TV station and say things that are actually not in the loan book and things that are not in public debt, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Is it?
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Okay. There is statements, request for statements. Who is the first person to go? Let me just see the order paper. Honorable Aden Wario, member for North Hor. Are you ready? Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the persistent conflicts facing constituents of North Hor. Honorable Speaker, since August 2022, the people of Shur, Awaye, Balesbura, Bisik, Sarimo and Korka communities in North Hor have experienced over 15 attacks by armed militia who reportedly reside in Loyangalani and Lesami sub-counties. These attacks have resulted in injuries, loss of lives, livestock, and destruction of property worth millions.